Thank you very much. We expect to resume the regular meeting around 5:30 p.m. With that, we'll adjourn into executive session.
Here it comes. Always on time, Corey.
Okay, we are back in order. And next on the agenda is public comment. I have one person signed up in person, Stephanie Halleck. Miss Halleck, please come on down. Make yourself right at home. Oh, you have a letter?
Here?
Yes, yes, right there. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. Do I need to hit this, or does it
Yes,
just go?
that's good, that's good. It's on,
Okay.
it's on.
Okay, I'm Stephanie Halleck, and I am president of the board of the Friends of Lusher Farm. And I'm here today to talk to you actually about an agenda item for your April 16th meeting. At that meeting, the Parks and Recreation Department will bring to you a recommended prioritization for the little over $2 million of Metro Share dollars. They did a public survey as part of their process, and 2 Lusher projects were ranked in the top 4 of all the projects. That was better access and parking at the farm and also more community gardens. So I'm here today to ask on the 16th that you allocate at least $1 million of the Metro Share dollars to projects at Lusher. That amount, in fact, has been approved in a previous capital improvement plan, but was not ever allocated directly to Lusher. In fact, since the Lusher Area Master Plan was adopted in 2013, Lusher has appeared on the capital improvement plan list of projects time and time again, those improvements have gone unfunded. And with the Metro Share dollars, we hope that perhaps you can correct that. We also want to mention the recent legislation that in Salem that potentially could put properties like Lusher at the edge of the urban growth boundary at risk. Friends of Lusher Farm supports the mayor's recent comments saying that the city will address housing needs within current limits without a UGB expansion, and we appreciate that. The mayor's commitment and the citizen survey prioritizing Lusher reflect the importance of farmland and open space to the citizens of Lake Oswego. Therefore, we ask the council to echo that support by allocating at least $1 million of the Metro Share dollars to Lusher Farm. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Halleck. We did receive your letter. We appreciate you sending it.
All right.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else here in person that would like to provide public comment? And then we have Joe Thompson, Mr. Thompson joining us via Zoom. Mr. Thompson is with Mercy Housing, and he had communicated with me a request, and I asked him to come to the meeting to speak about it. Mr. Thompson, the floor is yours.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Buck and council members. I want to thank you for allowing me to present to you this evening. Well, my name is Joe Thompson, and I am the president of Mercy Housing Northwest, and we are thrilled to soon be opening a 100-unit affordable housing community for families on the historic Merrillhurst University campus. The issue I'm here to discuss and ask your help on is this. As a nonprofit affordable housing owner, we need a property tax exemption for this project utilizing ORS 307.540-548. I am here to also request that if you're in favor of this exemption, that the city act quickly to ensure that the project receives the maximum benefit from that exemption. And the reason for that is because we have not yet converted from our construction loan to the permanent debt for the project. We can create an outsized benefit for the project that is well beyond the amount of the exemption, as it would allow us to have the loan underwritten, excluding property tax costs. The benefit of doing so would be huge. We estimate the positive impact of this to be up to $1.2 million over the life of the loan. So this is important because it will in turn allow us to utilize these funds to better maintain the property, as well as to cover escalating and unexpected costs. A better maintained and better resourced property benefits the larger community of Lake Oswego. I think it's also important to add that granting this exemption would not result in the loss of any current revenue for the city, as Merrillhurst has long been exempt from property tax. So in closing, if we can have this exemption in place prior to August of this year, it will significantly amplify the benefit of the exemption by allowing our permanent loan debt structure to reflect the operating cost reduction afforded by the exemption for the entire life of the loan. Once again, this will be upwards to $1.2 million in total. I urge you to consider this, and I want to thank you for allowing me to present to you this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Because this is before us tonight and you have kind of an urgent request, I want to ask you a question. It's kind of a technical question. If you don't know the answer, that is okay. So you may be familiar that there are two different tax exemption vehicles that have been identified in our strategy. One is the nonprofit low-income housing exemption, and the other is the low-income rental housing exemption. Do you know, do both of those programs, would either one of them apply to your development?
While I think either one would apply, I believe the one that is preferable to us would be the nonprofit affordable housing owner program, and that is again ORS 307-540-548. And I think the reason why that also might be preferable to the city is that it will limit the number and type of properties that would be eligible for the exemption, just to nonprofit owners.
Got you. And you're aware that has an annual required renewal, and that's no big deal.
We are.
That's
less of a challenge. It's really the key thing is the timing of if we can get it before we have to, enter into that permanent debt structure, then we don't have to factor it in that. And as you see, it really just exponentially increases the value of the exemption to us.
Mr. Thompson, City Manager Bennett has a question as well.
Mr. Thompson, I just want to make sure we confirm the timing because I've seen written correspondence that had an August date and written correspondence that had a July date, because I think meeting your July date would require extraordinary acts of heroic ordinance writing on behalf of city staff. So I'm wondering if we could rely on, let's say, an August 1st date to have it still work for you?
I can reconfirm that, but I believe, yeah, August 1st is the operative date. But I can definitely reconfirm that. And if that date is incorrect, I'll follow up directly.
If it's sooner, we need to know, and I'm not making this up, tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. We appreciate you being here tonight and for answering these questions, and congratulations on the near completion of the project. We look forward to seeing it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. All right. Okay. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda include item 6.1. It's the authorization of the city manager to sign the Regional Water Providers Consortium revised intergovernmental agreement. Item 6.2 just adopts findings and conclusions for Ordinance 2938. It's an ordinance amending LOC Chapter 50, the Community Development Code, for purposes of clarifying and updating various provisions. And adopting findings, it's a LU 23-0036. And then item 6.3, which approves the meeting minutes from February 6th and February 20th. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt consent agenda.
All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes 7-0. Next, we're going to move into a public hearing to consider Ordinance 2944. This is an ordinance annexing to the City of Lake Oswego 2 parcels consisting of 2.67 acres at 13801 Goodall Road, declaring City of Lake Oswego zoning of R15, Resource Protection and Habitat Benefit Area pursuant to LOC 50.01.004.5 A through C, and removing the territory from certain districts. As this is a public hearing, we'll ask Attorney Osenak to please read the hearing procedures for us before we begin.
Thank you, Mayor Buck, members of the council. Now is the time set for Ordinance 2944 as read out by Mayor Buck. This is an annexation decision. It's a legislative policy decision within the sound discretion of the City Council. Nevertheless, it must comply with certain state law requirements that are listed in the report, and which Mr. Espy will go over. We're going to begin with a presentation by staff. Testimony will then be received from the public in the following order. 10 minutes for representatives of recognized neighborhood associations, homeowner associations, government agencies, or other incorporated public interest organizations, and 5 minutes per individual. The time limits do not include time taken up by questions from the council or responses to such questions. And at this point, I'll ask council if there are any financial conflicts of interest. Ex parte visits and site visits don't need to be declared, just whether or not there are any financial conflicts of interest with this annexation.
No.
Seeing none, we're ready for the staff report.
Good evening, Mr. Espy.
Thank you. Good evening. Mayor Buck, members of the council, we have before us this evening one property at 13801 Goodall Road being considered for annexation as a public hearing. And the plan and zone designation, the properties are currently zoned low-density residential R20 in Clackamas County, but they are designated R15 in the city comprehensive plan and will be zoned R15 single-family residential upon annexation. They will also be assigned a resource protection and HBA habitat benefit area as well. The city-sensitive land map designates a resource protection through the center of tax lot 1900, which is the south or larger parcel, and a habitat benefit area, or HBA, on the west side of tax lot 1900, and then all over tax lot 2000, which is the smaller parcel to the north. RP and HBA overlay districts will be applied to these properties when the properties annex. Sanitary service is available from a City of Lake Oswego 10-inch collection line in Goodall Road. And an 8-inch sewer stub is also located at the southwest corner of the site. The engineering staff has found that the existing main line in Goodall Road may not be deep enough to provide gravity service to the middle of the middle portion of the property. And if they were going to depend on this line for the development, some of the lots would likely need to use pumping to get to that particular sewer. They can also connect to the existing sewer or manhole on the southwest corner of the property that's above Shriva Drive. Water is available from an 8-inch city water main in Goodall Road along the street frontage, and the engineering staff also notes that an existing 6-inch public main that was recently constructed as a part of a city capital improvement project is located along Johnson Terrace, which is the roadway that is located on the west part of the property, and I'm showing it right here. And that connects with the roadway to the north. And as a condition of future development, but not the annexation, engineering staff will require the water service for tax lot 2000 to be connected to the new 6-inch water main. And of course, the closest fire hydrant is located on the east side of Goodall Road across the street from the site. This is an aerial photograph that shows the extent of the tree cover and the location of the single-family dwelling that currently exists on the property. And staff finds that these properties are within the urban services boundary and public services can be provided in a timely, orderly, and efficient manner. AN 2307 is timely with regards to the public facilities and recommends approval of the annexation and to enact Ordinance 2944. And that concludes my presentation for you. I am open for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Espy. These sewer pumps, are these sewer pumps that are on private property at the house different than the pumps that would have to be on public property?
Correct. Sewer pumps would be set up for individual properties at the developer's expense. Public pump stations are usually identified in our capital improvement projects and are built to serve larger parts of areas that cannot be fed through gravity.
Once this gets to the main, then it's gravity fed.
Correct.
It needs to get from to the public domain. Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Councilor Raff?
Thank you. Can you go back a couple slides, I'll tell you when. More, yep, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so there's sewer access to the east of the property. Yep, right there.
Along Goodall Road
Yeah,
here.
along Goodall Road.
Yeah.
Goodall Road.
Mhm.
Is there any risk, so putting in sewer lines to the property, is there a risk of any kind of environmental damage, especially to what looks like a little creek or river there?
Well, they would have to get permits and sensitive lands. They'd have to look at all of the sensitive lands criteria and have a,
You have control over whether that's
yes.
approved or not, okay.
correct.
That would be my biggest concern, is just making sure that's all safe and,
They would also, if they were planning on accessing the properties from the rear, they'd also have to get the same sensitive lands approvals.
it seems to me just from
build
this
the access
this
as
view,
well.
there's no access to the property across that.
To the rear,
So you have
correct,
to
yeah.
Do it from the other side, okay.
Yeah, all the development, so, and there's a land division also underway, kind of concurrent with this, we understand.
I'm sorry?
There's a land division kind of underway currently.
Yes, we've had pre-apps with the property owner and,
And the access is off Goodall, and it includes the delineation of the RP and the.
well, I think
HBA.
they're going to both access from Goodall and the roadway at the west of the property.
Oh,
Kind of just two sides to the
sort of where the pool is.
There's a roadway right here,
private.
private though, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Seems like the property owner has some work to do.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sessions. We are going to go ahead then, and if no further questions, and open the public hearing. I have one person, also Miss Espy, is it Miss Espy? Mr. Espy? No relation.
Oh, wow. No?
I don't know, maybe. Long lost, perhaps. Please come forward. Yes, yes.
Is that with a Y or an E?
It's with a Y. No.
Okay, yeah.
There's an E. Mr. Espy answered most of my questions, but I'm a property owner.
Just tell, oh, I'm sorry. Could you state your name for the record?
Lynn Espy, and I live on Sharidva Drive, 13700. And my concerns, right now, as I understand it, that property is a home for deer. I don't know if that's going to be affected by the development. But also, I don't really see the advantage to Lake Oswego in annexing it. I don't think the return in terms of taxes is really going to offset probable expenses in the future. But also, as a property owner, from what I understand, although it's currently zoned for single-family homes, they could, once it's subdivided, could each be 4 homes on each lot. And so I'm concerned about the impact on property values for those of us who are living in single-family homes with extensive land around us. And so I don't want to be in favor of this. I'm opposed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Espy. Is there anyone else here who would like to testify on this matter? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Would anyone like to make a motion? Ordinance 2944.
I move to enact
he
ordinance
gave it.
2944.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Espy.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, next we have our joint study session on the housing production strategy with the Planning Commission. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute break to set up for that joint meeting. So we'll adjourn for just a couple minutes. Recess, a couple minutes. No adjourn, recess. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we're back in order. So we're joined tonight by members of our Planning Commission, Chair Moreno and commissioners. It's great to have you here. The community has been engaged in work on our first ever housing production strategy. This past year, well, 2023 and now into 2024, we have our Housing Production Strategies Task Force as well, which has been convened and working on that. And then staff has been doing a great job of outreach to the community in general. And so we're here as we're now kind of reaching decision points on the production strategy. We're here coming together to kind of look at where we are in the process and where the various strategies that are being proposed. And I know that Mr. Olson has some decision points for us to kind of get a read on our two bodies as we move forward. And of course, we're also joined here tonight, this is Mr. Olson, by Director Namanaloo, at the end of the table there, and then Ms. Rogers and Mr. Hasty, both with MIG, the consultants working on this project, are joining us by Zoom. So with that, I turn it over to Mr. Olson. Which one of you?
Thank you, Mayor Buck. So I think Kate will be leading a good portion of the initial part of the presentation here, so and perhaps Matt as well. So I'll hand it over to them to get started.
All right, thank you, Eric, and good evening, everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with the presentation. All right, here we are. So this is our agenda for this evening. So I'll actually hand it back to Eric in a moment to talk about, just give a brief summary of some of the critical housing needs, and that's just kind of a reminder of information that you all have already heard before. He's also going to give a little bit of a summary of sort of the community engagement that we've been doing over the last couple weeks and some of the results of that. And we will also share the results related to the specific housing strategies throughout the presentation this evening. Then we'll talk about the recommended strategies as kind of a package of recommended strategies that are supported by the HPS task force. And then we'll talk a little bit more in a little more detail about some of the strategies that need some further discussion from you all in particular as to whether those should move forward into the housing production strategy itself. And then lastly, we'll take a look at, there's one strategy that's in the not recommended category, so we'll review that as well. And then Eric will follow up with some next steps. All right, so I guess I'll hand it back to Eric now.
All right, thanks, Kate. And before I get going, I just want to thank the Planning Commission for joining us for the joint study session this evening. It's great to have you all here. We are going to be doing, as Kate mentioned, some straw polling. We're hoping to get sort of results from both the council and the Planning Commission to consider, not necessarily everyone together, just so that we can sort of parse the different bodies and how they responded. So just a note on that. But yes, thank you for joining us tonight. It's great to have everybody here together. Also, as Kate mentioned, I just wanted to give you a really quick update on where we're at in terms of the process and community engagement before we dive in. I think we've talked about a lot of this with you previously. We were last here at the council to discuss kind of a subset of high impact strategies that we thought really kind of needed council direction regarding where the task force should focus their efforts. So that's what we were last here for back in November. Since then, we've been conducting a lot of public engagement, as Kate mentioned, over the past months, really. This has included presentations to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Board, the 50+ Advisory Board, the November 2023 Mayor's Roundtable event, and the Fall 2023 Cruiseway Economic Forum. We've also had 3 Planning Commission meetings, 1 City Council meeting, and 4 meetings of the HPS Task Force within that period of time. Most recently, we've been doing a little bit more outreach related to the community forum that was held on Thursday, March 14th. So we did include some of the results from the polling at that meeting in the packet for today. A little bit newer, however, though, we also had an online survey that was made available through last Sunday, more or less, so until Sunday, March 31st. So that just recently closed after the packet went out. So we have some good information to share about that with you. We got over 240 responses to that survey, so a pretty robust response rate. And yeah, again, as Kate mentioned, we will try to summarize kind of what we heard as we go through the presentation. Next slide. So yeah, before we get too far along, though, we really just wanted to provide a quick reminder of the sort of housing needs that we're here to address tonight, when we're talking about the strategies and the housing production strategy. So on the next few slides, we'll see some of those key findings. In terms of the current needs, really, we just, some of the really high-level takeaways is that Lake Oswego is, often considered to be an affluent community, but not all households in this community are wealthy. Over 40% of the households in the city earn less than $100,000 per year, and nearly 20% of households earn less than $50,000 per year. Additionally, the homeownership costs basically, have increased significantly, which is somewhat consistent with national trends. The median home sale price has more than doubled over the past 10 years from about $395,000 to $860,000 between 2012 and 2022. So there's very little housing available to those in those lower income segments in this community. 2/3 of those units are unaffordable to those earning $100,000 or less per year. So that just kind of puts things in perspective a bit. And nearly half of the renter households in the city are considered housing cost burden, meaning that they pay more than 30% of their income for housing. Next slide. Just a little bit about future needs. In terms of what we need in the future, Lake Oswego will need about 2,000 new housing units by 2043 to meet the demand that we anticipate in the HNA. This housing would need to be produced across the range of the income spectrum in order to really meet the needs that we're talking about. And a wide range of housing types are also needed to address those needs. So the majority of those new needed homes are attached housing, 61%, and that includes 27% as middle housing units and 34% as multifamily housing. More than 1/3 of new housing units over the next 20 years will be needed by low-income households, so those earning at or below 80% of the median family income for Clackamas County. Just as a quick reminder, that's about $88,500 for a family of 4. So that's the AMI. 80% of the AMI is about $71,000 for a family of 4. The private market, that's another thing we found is that the private market is not delivering this housing on its own to low-income households. So housing that is affordable to that 80% or below income bracket really requires government subsidy and partnerships with affordable housing providers. Additionally, there's a shortage of land, just generally speaking, for residential uses across the city. Both, are all three really low, medium, and high density types of zoning districts that we anticipate to meet that 20-year housing need. That's about 86 total acres. Next slide. So just to kind of look at the just general gaps that we were able to identify, affordable housing for low and moderate income households is something we really want to focus on. Again, this is really just to try to orient what we're trying to accomplish with these strategies, just so we think about that a little bit before we get into the details. So looking for housing that's affordable to low and moderate incomes, greater housing choices within neighborhoods, particularly including middle housing. Additionally, opportunities for aging in place, as more than 20% of the population in the city is over the age of 65. More options for attainable home ownership, so condos or middle housing, not necessarily just single family, as well as apartments with family-sized units. So just to account for the fact that nearly 1/3 of the households in our city have children currently. We're also looking, in terms of the gaps, looking at multifamily housing outside the town center as being another gap that would need to be addressed. And before I hand it over to Kate, I just wanted to provide some quick information on some of the results of the survey that we got in recently. We had a fairly general initial question on that survey to get a sense of whether folks support pro-housing policies that aim to increase housing choices and create more affordable housing in the community. About 64% of respondents either supported strongly or just supported that general sort of pro-housing policy approach. So just to put things in a large sort of umbrella context before we talk about the specific strategies. All right, and with that, I'll hand it over to Kate.
All right, thank you, Eric. Okay, so the first set of strategies we want to talk with you about are the recommended strategies. This is kind of the package of strategies that were kind of recommended by staff and our consultant team as being, great candidates for inclusion in the housing production strategy, and kind of sort of less controversial than maybe some of the other strategies that we're saving for the, needing further discussion category. They sort of have already received some support from you all, from the task force, from the community, or are sort of already being implemented by the city. And all of the task force members, or I should say that in general, the task force supported this package of strategies for inclusion in housing production strategy. And we're not going to go into a ton of detail on these strategies, at least this first set. So these are the things that the city is really already pursuing. And I should just point out that these strategies are not being presented in the same order that they were included in that memo, the recommended strategies memo. So we're kind of separating them out in different ways to kind of facilitate the discussion this evening. So for the strategies that the city is already pursuing, we have the remove or reduce minimum parking requirements strategy. And that's one that's really required by the state as part of the climate friendly and equitable communities rules. And it's kind of operating out as a separate project, kind of on a parallel track to this project. But it is a strategy that will also benefit housing production, and sort of it's a general strategy to increase housing production overall. It particularly benefits things like multifamily housing and affordable housing. And in terms of community input from the, we didn't really ask specifically about this question in the community survey, just because, again, it's kind of got its own project and it's something that the city is required to do in some form by the state. So that's that. And just to also point out, I should have mentioned that these strategies are all recommended for near-term implementation. So again, that strategy is something that the city's already kind of working on, and it's something that you all could implement in the near term within 1 to 3 years of adoption. The next one is public-private partnerships for affordable housing. And this is kind of an umbrella strategy that describes a variety of ways that the city can work with nonprofit and for-profit developers to promote affordable housing production. And this is something that the city is already doing with, Hacienda CDC, with Mercy Northwest, to kind of work with them to facilitate housing that's currently under development. But this strategy describes a variety of other ways that the city could, support those efforts in terms of funding, facilitating the development, providing kind of technical assistance, things like that, providing land. And excuse me, in general, the community supported this strategy for continuing implementation. And the city is recommended to pursue this in the near term as well. And then the last one here is using tax increment financing, or TIF, to support affordable housing development. And this is something, as you all know, that the city is already considering kind of expanding its urban renewal program, particularly in the Foothills neighborhood. So this is something that there are already ongoing discussions about. And so that's why it's kind of included in this category, and also for near-term implementation. And in terms of community input, it was a little bit split in the survey results. But there has been support in general from the task force and from both City Council and Planning Commission. So this next slide is the recommended strategies that we've already discussed with you all. So again, we're not going to go into a ton of detail on these strategies this evening. The first one is the code audit and amendments strategy, which is just kind of generally taking a comprehensive look at the development code and identifying places where processes can be streamlined, maybe standards can be, simplified and made a little bit more straightforward to implement. And those are ways to kind of facilitate housing development, reduce housing costs, and just kind of speed up housing production overall. And you all generally supported this strategy. Community generally supported this strategy as well. And it's a little bit of a catch-all. It kind of covers a lot of different approaches for facilitating different types of needed housing through the development code. So things like affordable housing, multifamily, middle housing, accessory dwelling units, kind of general smaller housing units, things like that. The next strategy is in kind of the medium-term implementation category, and that's rezoning land, which would be generally rezoning either non-residential land, commercial or industrial, maybe mixed-use land, to facilitate housing development. So rezoning it as residential, or it could be rezoning lower density residential land to support higher density development. And again, this is generally intended to address the shortfall of land that was identified in the housing needs assessment or analysis, and intended to kind of increase housing production overall, but in particular for multifamily housing that really needs, additional land to find space for those units. This one was also supported by you all, and this one had mild support from community members through the online survey. So, a little bit of a mixed bag, but generally mild support. And then the last one, which is in the longer term implementation timeframe, is modifying system development charges, or SDC fee schedule. And this would kind of scale SDC fees based on the size of units, as opposed to just applying kind of a flat rate regardless of, how many bedrooms are in the unit and things like that. And this would really benefit smaller housing units. And that would facilitate kind of more moderate income and smaller housing for smaller households and moderate income households. And this is a strategy that would definitely require some additional evaluation and kind of an additional planning process. So that's why it's on kind of a longer term implementation timeline. And this one was supported by council and the Planning Commission, and also supported by the community through the online survey.
Just really quick, Kate, I would just mention, when we say support, I sort of calculated that as being majority. So that's indicative of support from the majority. Mild support is more of like a plurality, and split was plurality, but more within 10 points of difference, so pretty even. So anyway, to put that in context.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so for the next, I think 4 slides, we're just going to provide a little bit more information, because these are strategies that are still in the recommended category, but we haven't really discussed these at previous council and planning commission work sessions. So the next one is fair housing policy and education. And this strategy doesn't really directly address housing needs, because it's more of a policy-based strategy, but it would help prevent housing discrimination, and it would support other, related strategies around needed housing. And this one is supported by the community through the online survey. So this would add a policy in the comprehensive plan to explicitly say that, the city is affirmatively furthering fair housing. And this would really demonstrate the city's commitment to doing things like reversing discrimination, reversing exclusion in housing, and addressing concentrations of wealth in the city. And so just for a little bit of context, fair housing laws, those are federal laws that protect individuals in protected classes. And there are a number of protected classes in Oregon, but a few of them are race, national origin, religion, disability, and age, but there are several others as well. And it really protects all of those groups from housing discrimination. So this strategy would both kind of sort of recommit the city to furthering that goal. And it would also provide some education to staff and decision makers, and community partners, as well as providing information to residents and property owners and landlords and other folks that are involved in sort of real estate transactions, to make sure everyone is aware of fair housing laws and their rights, and providing that information to the community. Okay, the next strategy is evaluating accessible design incentives or mandates. So this strategy would be intended to, increase development of housing that's accessible for seniors, people with disabilities, or other types of mobility challenges. And this is kind of, it's phrased as evaluate, because the city would really need to take on another process to consider whether, incentives are the right approach, or requirements or mandates are the right approach, or maybe some kind of combination. So incentives could include things like height or density bonuses, or things like tax abatements. An example is the multi-unit property tax exemption, or MUPD tax abatement program, which could be targeted towards encouraging accessible housing units. And potential mandates could include things like requiring a certain number of units in a multi-unit development, beyond what would be required just per sort of federal law, federal requirements. to have enhanced accessibility. So this strategy received strong support from the community. So I think there's a lot of interest in pursuing this. We have identified it as a medium-term action, mainly because it would require some additional evaluation and kind of planning work to decide what's the best approach. And then the next one is an affordable housing preservation inventory. This is also kind of a medium-term action. And the intent would be to identify housing units that already exist as either low cost or subsidized affordable housing units, and identify, kind of create a list of housing units that might be candidates for sort of future preservation. So it would be kind of a first step in identifying units that could be targeted for more direct strategies at preservation, things like maybe tax abatement strategy, or if the city had a funding source that it wanted to direct towards maybe acquiring units and ensuring their long-term permanent affordability. So it's kind of a first step. It's a sort of a data collection strategy, but it would really provide the city with a lot more information about what the existing landscape is for existing low-cost and affordable units. And this one did receive support from the community through the survey. And then the next one in this kind of group of strategies is pre-approved plan sets for accessory dwelling units. So this would provide permit-ready plan sets for ADUs that have been reviewed in advance for conformance with the city's building code and zoning code. And the city could create these plans and really make them available for homeowners, property owners, to really facilitate the permitting process for ADUs. And they make ADUs, this would make the ADUs easier to build and reduce costs by reducing design fees and faster permitting timelines. And the city could, offer them for free or for a low cost, and really save a lot of the sort of legwork and time and expense that kind of be incurred on the front end of ADU development. And this would, encourage housing choices in existing neighborhoods. It could promote multi-generational living opportunities where, family members live in the same property, but in a different dwelling unit, opportunities for aging in place as well. And this strategy also received community support. Okay, and then I think this is the last slide we're going to talk about before we do a little straw poll. But we just wanted to provide a little comparison of some of the tax abatement programs. So in general, tax abatements as a strategy was something that we discussed with you all last fall or winter. And in terms of what's included in the recommended strategies, the nonprofit low-income housing tax abatement and the low-income rental housing abatement, which are both geared towards, subsidized affordable housing. Those are both included as recommended strategies. So we would recommend kind of either one or both of those strategies be included in the housing production strategy. So this table just gives you a little comparison of, what the differences are. So, in terms of housing type, there's some differences between the various ones. On the right-hand side, the vertical housing development zone and the multi-unit property tax exemption or MUPD programs, those are more geared towards market rate housing units, although they both could have affordable housing components as well, but it's kind of less of a focus and it's not necessarily a requirement for those programs. In terms of, the time limit of these abatements, the nonprofit low-income housing abatement, it's something that it's not limited, but you do have to reapply for renewal every year. The organization does. And then the other ones are either 20 or 10-year abatements. So hopefully that is a little helpful in kind of comparing those various abatement programs. All right, and then next I think Eric is going to run a little straw poll.
Yeah, I think maybe we should address or take any questions, I guess, from either the council or planning commission before we do that.
Planning commissioners, any questions? Council members, Councilor Afghan, what is your single question?
On the accessible design incentives, one of the things you mentioned was like building heights. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, so that was a potential, it's a potential sort of zoning bonus. And it's something that the city already offers in certain zones for affordable housing development. But so the city could say that if you include, say, 20% of your units with these kind of enhanced accessibility, maybe they meet universal design principles, then maybe you could have an additional story on your building. So it's kind of a bonus, sort of an optional way of encouraging those units, but not necessarily requiring them.
Thank you. The pre-approval plan set, I don't know how to feel about that because it feels like we're accepting liability, but at the same time, I know that the building codes will dictate what needs to happen. So I'm a little mixed on that, but I understand why we are suggesting it. Should I talk about my poll right now, straw poll, or do we wait?
Well, it's going to be kind of a package.
Sure. I'm all for incentive to get roof over people's heads. So everything you have said, I'm yes, 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 with two boundary conditions. One is I'm not in favor of code exceptions, like because you're this, you can now encroach into the setbacks, or because you're that, you can go taller. So I want our neighborhoods to look and feel the same, but how do we provide incentive for specific buildings to be built in the neighborhoods? That's one. The second thing is we've been talking about the infrastructures, and for single family homes and duplexes, we want to make sure they also contribute to the sidewalk and the storm. So the same thing applies, for me, applies to all of these conditions or housing.
Thank you.
Other than that, I'm thumbs up.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan. Councilor Corrigan.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'd like more information about the fair housing. The part that I didn't understand was a statement about concentration of wealth.
Yeah.
That's something about concentration, and so we are an aspirational community, and we have a lot of concentrations of wealth in our city. What is that? What's that say? I mean, how do we understand that?
I'm not sure I understand the question in terms of how we understand that. I mean, I think ultimately we are, hoping to, basically it is, a community that is aspirational, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we're actually affirmatively furthering fair housing policies and not discriminating against folks that are trying to live here. So really, it's not anything necessarily related to specific concentration of wealth with that policy in particular, I believe. But that is obviously the case in the community. I might just be misunderstanding the question here.
I guess I'm just having a hard time as to why that would be a problem. I mean, I understand if it would say concentration of poverty, that makes more sense to me in terms of what we're trying to do here is create accessibility for people to come and join our community. To point out concentrations of wealth confuses me. I don't quite know in what context or how that's meant.
Generally speaking, wealthier communities are harder to access for folks. I mean, if you can't afford to live here, you're not able to live here. So that could be another barrier to folks being able to live in this community. So to that extent, it could be relevant here.
Thank you.
Would that, to follow on that, would that amending the comp plan, does it mean there are things that no one would disagree with, of course. By amending the comp plan, are we making it easier than to affirm other policies, or trying to make the connection between this comp plan piece and actual production?
I don't know if Kate, you can address any of that question, but I think this is fairly, kind of just having the policy on the book so that we can actually relate to that and reference it when it is appropriate. I think this is something that we kind of have to abide by anyway, but it's just kind of putting some sort of sense of sort of intention behind a city policy related to that to sort of just make a statement, almost like a proclamation to a degree. Okay. But there's probably more there.
Maybe I can chime in really briefly and just say this is kind of best planning practice to just further to state a policy that says, hey, we support the goal. It's a federal requirement, but the goal of not discriminating against people for a whole variety of reasons, as you know, you're required not to by federal law, but just to say, as Eric said, be intentional about that. So it doesn't, by including that policy in your comprehensive plan, it's not saying this is more important than other policies. All policies in the comp plan have to be balanced and considered when you're making decisions that need to be consistent with your comprehensive plan policies. And I think the comment about concentration of wealth was really just saying one of the protected classes is people with low income. So you're not doing things as a city that would discriminate against people or households with lower incomes. And I don't know if, you know, the way we presented that was the most kind of best way to present it, but I think that was what we were talking about or getting at. So I don't know if that helps, but that's how I sort of think about this policy. And there's a lot of emphasis around the state, at the state level and around the state, at just ensuring that communities are implementing their policies in a way that furthers fair housing policy and practice. So that's what I would say.
And I would just add one more thing, that if, you know, having this in your comprehensive plan, if you're considering, you know, new tools or actions that, you know, would work towards, you know, meeting fair housing goals, then having the policy there, it would just, you know, give you additional support to say, hey, we've said this in our comprehensive plan. This is a priority for the city. And it would just kind of bolster those actions and decisions.
Well, the comp plan is really the backbone of everything we do. So having it to firm, you know, seems to make good sense. Yeah, Councilor.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of understand what Councilor Corrigan is saying when you read the affirmative furthering fair housing, like reversing, is it the city's job to reverse the concentration of wealth? Maybe just say that, you know, yeah, the city is calling for everyone, because if we see in the housing strategy that 40% of Lake Oswego is not making 1,000 household, 100,000, there's no concentration, a big concentration of wealth.
Well, I don't think we need to get too hung up on these. These are just bullet points on the slide.
No, yeah, but it's good to just, because it's to, you know, like we have to.
It was a good question.
When we write something in our documents, we have to be able to explain it. And I hear her, like when she's echoing that, like just, I don't think there's a big concentration of wealth when 40% of household is under 100,000. So I don't think we should put this here.
You don't like the strategy?
Yeah, I mean, because there's no reason to say we are reversing.
We're kind of just getting constant. I think maybe we
the
hung up on this
language.
one piece.
No, the strategy, I love the fair housing, yes.
Okay.
Nothing about the strategy would, you know, require us to include the language about concentrations of wealth.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
As Mr. Hasty said, it might have just been a poorly worded bullet point. Well, I think Mr. Hasty said it may have just been a poorly worded bullet point. So just a bullet point.
Strategy, that
Let's
language
not get hung
is
up
not
on it. We have a whole thing to go through. Okay, Councilor Windland.
We're just sensitive in this community.
Apparently.
We get a lot of bad raps. I like a lot of the recommended strategies. I'm pretty into my partner over here in the idea of, I look at it as making sure that we keep neighborhoods the same feeling and so on. And so I'm not really big on having a whole bunch of different separate regulations for one type of housing versus something else. I mean, I think we all have to kind of fit somewhat in the same parameters. I want to get kind of towards the tax abatement. How does that really reduce the cost of a project? Because the project costs X amount. I don't quite understand. Whoever owns it later probably gets money back, but So that's rent. I mean, is this a housing situation? I mean, it's a very complex.
It reduces the operational cost of a building.
Which
It
is
reduces the annual operating cost of the building.
Okay, but if it's by a private developer, I mean, so we have regulations of what they can charge then? So it's rent controlled?
The one for rental housing is, there are, people I think don't realize is there are for-profit affordable housing developers in the universe. And so the second one, the low-income rental one, would be even a for-profit developer. We don't
I think
have
he's
any.
asking, these are all for affordable.
They're all for
secured
80%
affordable
AMI
housing,
and below.
60%.
Yeah. So what it does is it lowers the operating cost of the project, so they can charge lower rents, basically, or they can do what Mercy just said, they can put more money into building maintenance and upkeep and operational of the programs that they offer.
Okay, but I guess my point is that they can, do we have any levers to make them do? Because I look at it as if there's any escape hatches, they're gonna go with market rates as best they can and raise, and so we're just basically giving money away. So,
Well, again, these will have to be income qualified, so their rents will have to be set to the amount that's affordable, considered affordable for people at 60% of the area median income, which Eric told us is.
Well, 80% of the AMI is about 71,000. I can try to do
right,
60%.
so that leads me to the next question is, what truly is the median income needed for something that you could build in Lake Oswego without governments chipping in half the cost? Because I look at, for instance, we did the rezoning land. I thought that was a great idea of what we did on in Cruz Way, where we have that whole big, huge apartment project. That was a great, instead of building another office building, we built a bunch of apartments. But I think those are going to be a lot higher than the 80% AGI.
Well, it's a market project.
Well, it's a market project, but it's also probably a, I don't know, $70 or $80 million project. I don't know, $40 million. I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out, you have all these policies, but where does the money come in to make these projects work? Because it costs a fair amount to build in Lake Oswego, and how do you offset? I mean, unless we have yeah, I mean, so we can have all these policies, but I'm not quite sure how.
You mean how affordable housing is built?
Yeah, but it's
Well, yeah, well, it's affordable housing, but it's still, somebody has to pay for it.
Well, maybe let's explain to Councilor Winland how affordable housing is built.
I don't know, Commissioner Najak, maybe the best person to explain in particular with this?
Thank you. And thank you, John, for your question. It's absolutely valid. If I can introduce myself, my name is Rachel Najak, and I work at Hacienda CDC as one of their developers, and I am the person who does the finances. So I think.
Oh, good. So you're qualified. Yay.
Yes, I believe I'm qualified to answer your question. And what I'm hearing at the heart of it is you're saying, how do we ensure if we pass this tax abatement that it stays at that 60% or under level being served and that developers don't raise that later? Is that correct?
Well, that, or how can you make sense to build the project when it's so expensive? I mean, if we were out in an outlying area where land was cheap and, zoning was simple, you could build a project and probably have a much lower price tag on it. It's really expensive to develop in Lake Oswego.
So at least for our organization, we're a nonprofit, and we always get our land for free from jurisdictions, and it doesn't matter where in the state we go, the cost is the same or even higher due to labor shortages in rural areas. So the costs are kind of
Comparable.
Set wherever you go, and we work in rural communities like Umatilla, Tillamook, and we also do work right in the Portland metro area, and we don't see a difference in those costs. Unfortunately, it would be nice if it was that simple.
Why don't you explain the capital stack? How do you put together the capital stack for a nonprofit housing project?
Right.
Yeah, great idea. So We start with typically, if you're looking at 60% AMI, you're financing with low-income housing tax credits. These come from the federal government every year and are allocated to the state. There's a competitive process that is then allocated from the state to individual development projects. And some of those are competitive, some of them are first come, first serve, and it depends on the depth of that subsidy. The deeper the subsidy, the more competitive it is. So it has to be a project that shows great need in the community to receive those. And it would be, I'd say I see typically about 1/3 of the project is financed that way. Then there's also the permanent debt on the project, and the rest of it has to be either some other government program, there are home funds, there's community development block grants, different mechanisms. For our particular one, it is the Metro Bond at 10.5 million, and also a little bit of lift money, which is a sort of final gap layer. So it's very complicated. It is not the same at all as market rate housing, and that's why usually affordable housing is a specialty developer.
So many different sources is the answer, and the higher the cost of land, the more sources can be needed sometimes, especially with the sort of provision of the land in the first place and sort of getting that all arranged. It's not something that the city is necessarily going to be able to do right away. It's going to take partners, things sort of emerging, sort of conversations that are ongoing, that type of thing. But yeah, it's kind of it's not easy, and there's a lot of things that need to be pulled together even just for one project to kind of pencil out.
So the idea is to try to get this policy on the books so that we could attract money from all these sources in order to build a project. So how do you create land? Because we're 86 acres short. What are strategies for that?
I think the way that we refer to land, there are ways to address that without actually adding 86 acres to the city, if that makes sense. But, that's not what we're proposing. So it would be, in addition, it would be mostly looking at the existing land in the city and ways to use that more efficiently.
Right. Okay, and while you say that,
And we're talking about residential land as well. So, we could add certain, items from other zoning districts that aren't residential to residential. Right. And that's one way to do it.
Right, but that's basically taking inventory that we have and converting it to something else.
So we're like the office,
So high density, which I think we need to be transparent and say what that is actually. Are we taking down single-family houses in neighborhoods? What kind of projects? You can talk the language, but I think constituents really like to know how it's going to affect them in their neighborhoods. And that's something that I think we need to address.
And I think it's difficult to talk about that when we're talking about such a large number of policies at such a very high level. These are all projects. These are all individual projects that will be spawned out of the HPS. So a lot of those concerns are going to be addressed. They're not something that we can address in the HPS or have even remotely the ability to address in the HPS. Right. But any rezoning, for instance, would require ample neighborhood and resident outreach, community engagement. There's just no question. So there's really no assumption about, we're going to go take, single-family houses and put high-density land near them. There's obviously a goal for the council to do this in a way that protects the character of the neighborhood. That's something that we wouldn't just throw out the window with any of these strategies. I think that's a layer that we would overlay on everything that we're talking about here. So again, I think it's really important to think about these things at a high level and what we can really do here. And there are certain barriers that we might want to cross, and obviously, different options available to us within each of these strategies. So we were just talking about the accessible design one. One option to promote accessible design or incentivize that would be a zoning bonus. That's only one option. There's many other options. We received some input that that's not necessarily something that Commissioner Afghan was interested in doing. So, I think it's good to have that level of guidance, but ultimately we'll be talking about those details if these are strategies that you want to move forward with in the future in depth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had a question on the Well, two questions. The first is on the plan sets for the ADUs. I'm just curious, do we have folks coming in to apply for, because, you know, we did the SDC waiver for ADUs that folks promised not to put on Airbnb. And I know we got some folks coming in. Does anyone come in and say, so, gosh, I wish there was a plan set for this? Is this a barrier? Has this been identified by folks building ADUs as a problem?
We haven't had anyone specifically identify that as a barrier. It certainly makes it a lot easier for anybody who's considering it, because a lot of people don't know where to start, particularly if it's a homeowner who wants to do the project themselves. I think developers are pretty privy to how they can add ADUs to a site, but it's just another tool that provides an easy option for people to add it. Now, it's a little trickier. I think we'll talk about later about one of the other things that is not in the outright recommended strategies is a pre-approved plan set for middle housing, which is a little more complicated because we have a lot of topography in the city. We have a lot of sensitive lands and other issues that makes it a little bit harder when you're dealing with those larger projects. But I think ADUs are somewhat low-hanging fruit and would be particularly with when it comes to accessible and housing and aging in place.
And they're also a type of housing that can be constructed by, you know, a normal type of person, relatively, not necessarily a big developer who, you know, with a lot of experience. So,
okay. So we feel like I don't know if we have a sense of this, but how ADUs are being used in the city as long-term housing. I know a lot of people use them for family members visiting, and people do rent them out as short. We do allow them as short-term rentals. So again, focusing on the housing needs analysis, you know, are we just creating more short-term rentals? Or
well, we do offer, the only way that you can get the SDC exemption is if you state that you will not use it. We actually put a covenant that prevents them from using it as an STR, and we have quite a few of those. So a lot of people are using them for their own personal use. How they're using it, we don't know. It would be very interesting to find out if people are using these for extended family members, or if they're renting them out, or if it's just a guest house for when people come to stay. It's hard to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that answer. My next question is about the timelines here. How we have the near term, medium term, and longer term. And, you know, obviously all these strategies take work. I have to say, like, the over 5 years seems like a very long time. Like, if we're not implementing a strategy for over 5 years, I don't know, maybe we consider it differently. I think a lot of these things would be great if we had them done within 3 years, which also seems like kind of a, you know, so I just don't know if it was.
I think it's a staffing or in community capacity issue. So first of all, we just are only so big as an organization, but I think it's to Councilor Wendland's point, which is to really make sure that as you're implementing these strategies that you're going to have community support for them. You got to have public process. And so it's just, I think, staff's best guess at sort of our ability, our capacity to take on this. And I realize that right now in Oregon, what I'm about to say is really unpopular, but housing actually is not the only long-range planning issue that we have to work on. And so I guess that's the other thing, is remembering we still have environmental protection, transportation planning, economic development. Like, there's a whole bunch of other things that we also have to be keeping in mind as we roll this out. And so it's just a reality about our ability. Also, I guess I would also say, when you send this to the state, I want you to be able to, with a straight face, say, yeah, we're going to implement this strategy. And if you shorten the timelines, we probably won't be able to meet them. So I also think it's about making a realistic commitment to the state government about our ability to implement this.
We want to be realistic. I was going to ask you how much thought has been given to the timeline.
We have given thought to the timeline. I think we got some good input from the task force about potentially maybe not good input. Yeah, I guess, like, you know, advancing this even, you know, faster. But, you know, for the most part, I would just remind you that this is a 6 to 8 year kind of process. So we're really developing a work plan for the next 6 to 8 years until we go out and do our H&A again and reconsider how this is working. So I think the idea is to not just sort of do everything at the very beginning. And again, it's very much related to capacity as well. Yeah.
Right. Okay. That makes good sense. It would be good, I think, to have beyond just the cycle of the H&A to check in as we're implementing this, you know, to kind of update it as, I don't know if that's an annual or kind of a biannual thing. But it seems important as we're getting going.
We'll know a lot more as the state stands up the Housing Accountability and Production Office about how often we're going to have to report. And so I don't worry, TBD, we know we'll be reporting on this.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, continue.
All right, well, no, I mean, this is great. I mean, I think I want to make sure that
What we
we're,
agreed on. Wait till we get to the parts. No.
I want to make sure we're hearing from the Planning Commission. Is there, from the Planning Commission, do you all have any more questions? I think we're ready for the straw poll, at least for council, but does anybody here want to talk about anything in particular?
No
All
questions.
right, it looks like no. All right, so do a quick straw poll. Want to just raise your hand, I guess, really quickly, if you are in support of the package of recommended strategies being included in the draft HPS.
Yes.
All right, unanimous on council and for Planning Commission.
Can we vote on them individually? Because I'm not sure I'm for like all 4 of these.
I mean, we're voting on the entire package, so if you have any, sort of specific guidance for what you think should be changed, that would
And
be
you'll have
better to know.
a hearing, right, on this still?
Yes, we'll
and
also
work
have a
to do.
hearing and another work session at the Planning Commission on this.
We're just trying to sand it a little bit, get the rough edges.
But yeah, we're just talking about the package of strategies, but which of the strategies would you like to provide guidance on?
Well, is this?
Yes.
Okay. It was on the pre-approved plans for ADUs. I sort of am in agreement with Councilor Afghan on sort of the overarching idea that, is it acceptable for the community to have this sort of pre-designed, one thing fits all in, applicable to various neighborhoods if we've got these, we have these overlays, and I just want to make sure that we're being supportive of the neighborhood overlays and doing something that's appropriate. I'm less worried about permitting because I'm assuming that if we have a pre-approved set, that it's kind of run the rigor of the building permit process and it was approved as buildable. So I'm not really worried so much about that as just, is it the right thing to do with sort of our variety of neighborhoods? That's all.
It does seem to be the item with the most questions, the pre-approved.
Always
plan
has been.
sets. But it's good to know. I mean, again, we have more work to do on this, and I mean, between Commissioner Phillip and some of the council members here, seems to be some questions.
Ms. Rogers has something to add.
Thank you. Yeah. Just to respond to the questions about, the permitting process and conformance with, design standards and things like that. I mean, one thing is, even though these have been sort of pre-reviewed by the building department, they would definitely be reviewed again by for building code conformance, but that would be just a more streamlined review because they know the plans, but they have to make sure they actually work on the specific site and things like that. And in terms of the, meeting maybe neighborhood specific design standards, I think, I don't think these would supersede any design standards. These would be designs that would be in conformance with, with all the zoning code standards. So it might be that they don't work in every single neighborhood, but you could do it. You could design the program in a variety of different ways. You could have a plan set that meets certain neighborhood specific standards and a different plan set that works with another neighborhood. I'll also say that the city of Eugene is actually the only city that we know of that has actually implemented this strategy. But currently they actually have a whole menu of design plan sets that were developed by various architecture firms, and they're offered kind of in partnership with those firms at a subsidized rate, only $500 for the plans. And as a result, there's really a pretty wide variety of options for folks to choose from, and they don't all look the same. So you're not necessarily getting like the same ADU on every property. So there's lots of ways to kind of design the program and structure it to work well for Lake Oswego.
Yeah, one more comment and then I'll quit is I think fundamentally we also want these ADUs to complement the house that they're associated with as well. We don't want this kind of preset design that may not be complementary to the property that's on. So I would consider that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Stewart.
Yeah, and I think just to, reiterate kind of the answer that I gave Councilor Wendland earlier, I think there is an ability for us to kind of customize this, create different iterations of things, create ones that are more appropriate in certain overlays than others, but there is a certain extent to which you can't avoid the fact that this is standardizing things to an extent. So there's, that is an element of this strategy. So.
Well, wonderful. Okay, would you want to take your straw poll?
Yeah. All right, so we can vote on this, I guess, with the idea that we would not include the pre-approved plan sets as the Planning Commission, or we can vote on the full, I guess, set. So I guess it depends on how strongly others feel about this.
I'm in favor of including it. So.
Okay. Do others have the same concerns as Commissioner Stewart about that particular strategy?
I do not.
Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with the concerns.
Okay.
So we have to do it right. We have to have ADUs done right if we prepackage them.
Yes, and I think that, to get at some of the earlier input too from Mayor Buck, we could also address STRs and sort of make this not something that could be used for STRs. We can orient this in specific ways as we want, basically. So to the extent that we want to specifically guide this, we can. But yeah, again, there's only so much you can avoid that sort of fact that we are going to create a discrete set of plans that could be used more than once and multiple times. So.
Well, there's some homes that are built like that, so.
That is true.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess I'm not hearing majority would want to remove it from the recommended strategies, so let's just vote on the recommended strategies. All right, so raise your hand if you support the recommended strategies with the pre-approved plan sets being included. All right, 3 out of 5. Thanks. All right, let's get back into the strategies needing further discussion, Kate.
Okie doke. Okay, so again, these are the strategies that we didn't have as clear direction on, and so I wanted to provide a little bit more detail this evening and have a little more discussion on each one. And we actually do have a straw poll for each strategy for this set, and I believe there are 4 or 5 strategies in this group. So the first one is zoning incentives for affordable housing. So this is something that we've kind of already touched on this evening, and you all have discussed it earlier, but didn't necessarily provide really clear direction on this one. So this would be providing additional height, density, floor area ratio, or relaxing other types of zoning standards for affordable housing. So an example of another type of bonus could be like reduced open space for affordable housing. And this would really be a strategy to allow affordable housing to make more efficient use of the land, potentially, get more units on a specific property because they have, could have an extra story of their building, or take up maybe more of the property, things like that. And that could make their developments sort of more feasible and could also potentially deliver more additional affordable housing units. Some considerations. One is that the state actually passed legislation a couple of years ago, Senate Bill 8, which already requires cities to allow height and density bonuses for affordable low-income housing. I believe the qualification is 60% of the area median income. And so that's already in place. And, if a housing provider wanted to take advantage of that allowance, they would have the ability to do that by applying kind of the statutory allowances directly to a project. So that's something to consider. I mean, if the city wanted to kind of go above and beyond what the state's sort of density or height bonuses are, you could consider that, or you could consider other types of bonuses if you really wanted to encourage, affordable housing using this strategy in other ways. In terms of the magnitude of impact, we put this in sort of the low to moderate range of impact, and determined that, it might lead to a small percentage increase of the number of affordable housing units that might be possible. But it's, you know, it's not likely to initiate a new project on its own, but it would kind of contribute to the overall sort of package of incentives and other strategies that could encourage more affordable housing units. We did discuss this with the task force, and they kind of supported the idea of this strategy, but recommended that it be included in the code audit and amendment strategy. So kind of incorporating it into this other strategy, maybe looking at other ways to reduce code barriers to affordable housing. So not necessarily identifying this as a separate strategy on its own. In terms of input from the community, this one did receive mild opposition through the online survey.
It's the only strategy where there was more opposition than support.
Yeah. So before we get to the straw poll, are there any questions or discussion on this one?
Good question, Councilor Raff.
I mean, I can understand why there's mild opposition to this one. I mean, we've had this conversation before about whatever we do with whatever zoning restrictions or easing of zoning restrictions we have with affordable housing should also apply to all other residential or, you know, housing options. So, and I can imagine with the way our city is with the anti-developer sentiment, and I could see that this one just picks that scar apart even more. So, yeah, I would oppose this as well.
Commissioners, questions?
Yeah, I guess just specifically, this is the strategy this is the component of the accessible design that you expressed that you did not like, I think, Commissioner Afghan, or
Councilor Afghan brought this up, I think, maybe a month ago. It's like, we would all like to have our setbacks kind of not paid attention to, so but it's just not the way it goes.
But it's a state mandate.
For height and density.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Yeah. Not for, yeah, but I mean.
Okay, so I have a question on this. This is the unintended consequences. What happens then if people, if we say then we really don't want to have affordable housing in here because we don't want them to have Senate Bill 8? In other words, I mean, there's Senate Bill 8 allows for high-density bonuses for affordable housing that's developed by a nonprofit, which is great, but all of a sudden, if it's somebody's neighborhood and they find out that you can build and it's going to be this structure that's going to be outlined in their neighborhood, I mean, then they, not sure that they could kill the project, but that would be the unintended consequence of having people upset.
Yeah, your Councilor went insane by, you know, having projects that, you know, fit in with the standards of the neighborhood that are more likely to be supported by the community, which is good. There's nothing we can do about Senate Bill 8.
Yeah, we can't do anything about that. We have to comply with state law.
Save our breath.
Right. But we can approve or not approve an affordable housing project.
Yeah, but you have to follow, just like for any affordable developer, you still have to follow the code, right? So you don't have a choice of saying, and the Fair Housing Act, it trumps. And so you don't have the option of saying, because we don't want a height limit, we're going to deny this project because it's affordable. You can't. You're going to have to do the same thing that you do with every development application that comes your way, is you'll strictly apply the existing underlying code, including Senate Bill 8, if it's required, and you will make sure that if a property owner is entitled to build the project, that we approve it under the conditions imposed through the development review process. So you cannot blanket exclude affordable housing developers from your community. That would be illegal.
Well, not blanket, but could they kill a project?
I think you could generate community opposition, but again, just like everything else that you do when you get a development application, whether you like the project or hate the project, you have to apply the code.
Right.
And either the code allows the project or the code doesn't allow the project.
We're not, this potential strategy is not about Senate Bill 8. It's about whether or not we would go further than Senate Bill 8. Yeah.
You want to start the straw poll with the Planning Commission this time?
Yeah, all right. Planning Commission, any questions, any concerns that you want to address prior? All right, show of hands if you are in support of the zoning incentive strategy. Seeing zero. All right.
Whoa, Commissioner Mitchell.
Oh, I see Commissioner Mitchell now. Okay. One. All right. And now City Council. Another one. All right. 1 and 1 on each body. So moving forward. Next strategy, Kate.
Okay, well, this one might be spur some discussion. So this was pre-approved plan sets for middle housing. So we already had a robust talk about ADUs. This would essentially apply that same strategy for middle housing. So it could be things like duplexes, townhomes, cottage clusters, things like that. And again, this can reduce development costs by streamlining permit processes, reducing permit fees, reducing design fees. It could have the potential, if you're interested in encouraging more middle housing in like Oswego, could potentially attract developers that are currently just building single family housing to get them more interested in, so the middle housing market. And has already been pointed out, template plans or pre-approved plans are not likely to work on all sites, might not even work on a lot of sites just because of the specific sort of topography and other, natural features of Lake Oswego. It's a reason why there's a lot of customized designs in the city. So in terms of impact, this was kind of estimated to have a potentially moderate impact on housing production. It has the potential to deliver more middle housing. And we have heard from folks involved in, housing production in other places that this would be a really attractive strategy for some developers. Some folks would really be interested in taking advantage of this. But we should point out that it would provide some cost savings to the developer, but those wouldn't necessarily be passed on to the home buyer or the renter. So wouldn't necessarily translate to reduced prices or rents. In terms of the task force recommendation, the majority actually did support including this in the housing production strategy, but they did sort of identify this as a lower priority as compared to pre-approved plans for ADUs. And the community actually did give this some mild support. So I'll stop there and see if there's questions.
Questions? Councilor Afghan.
I think I heard that this cost saving most likely won't end up with the renters or the buyers. So if that is the case, I'm not sure if I'm in full support of this. And again, I don't feel like I want to get into a design and provide plan set for others. I know that you can go online and buy all sorts of different configuration of anything you want with any sizes you want for reasonable prices, depending on what your mission is. So I'm not sure if I can fully support this.
I think we talked about this at the task force, and definitely more of a market rate strategy. But we are seeing some of the middle housing. We have quite a few middle housing developments and cottage cluster developments coming in. And I feel like as soon as some others start seeing those, then you kind of create a template for how it's going to work. I kind of think about the cost benefit of it. I don't know how much time it takes the city to put together these plans for then what we're really going to, get from it. So it's not as much being opposed to it, just, is it the best strategy for creating middle housing? I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right that the private market kind of does this in their own way, but also, yeah, I think I would just point out there, in terms of the cost, we did try to look into that a bit, but I will say one way that we could go about this is using like a design competition or working with the university to help sort of prepare plan sets. So that might help with some of the costs and get, some really quality design out of it as well. So that would be one way to consider reducing the cost.
I was thinking Iowa.
Kate and Matt, I'm not sure if you have more on the potential costs for something like this or even the ADU kind of plan sets.
No, I think my understanding is that it's mostly kind of staff time to, work with, architects that could come up with the plans. Maybe they could do a lot of the legwork and they could actually provide the plans, and the city would just kind of facilitate that process. I think with the Eugene example, it seemed like architecture firms were using it as kind of a marketing opportunity to kind of highlight their design work and maybe drum up other business beyond ADUs in that case. And yeah, you mentioned the design competition and other things like that would be interesting strategies to save costs for the city. But it seems like it's more of a staff time and kind of managing the program as opposed to a lot of sort of real costs. I don't know what you call
Your
a
long
lot of
range,
expenditure.
You're going to add 2 years onto your long range and 3 years onto your mid-range. I don't think the staff has the time to do this.
Well,
kind of stuff,
exactly.
but
Yeah, limited time to get everything done. This doesn't seem like the top priority. Okay. Any questions from the Planning Commission?
I would say the one benefit is that the city would be able to get some level of input. I guess one thing, maybe not the one benefit, but one thing I would mention is that the city would have some level of control over these plan sets. So really there would be a lot of opportunity for this to sort of be catered in whichever way the community and folks in this room and other bodies would like it to look like. So that's just another thing to point out.
everybody has their own idea, and like Oswego.
The other, are we ready? We're ready for the straw poll? Ready for the poll?
Pull them on up.
All right, so let's just do a quick poll with council first. Raise your hand if you're in support of this strategy for the pre-approved plan sets for middle housing. Goose eggs on that one. All right, nobody is in support from the council. Unanimous opposition. All right, now Planning Commission, raise your hand if you are in support of the pre-approved plan sets for middle housing strategy. No support from anyone in either body, so that's
unanimous. Wow.
Easy enough. All right, let's move on to the next strategy, Kate.
Okay. So the next one, we started to touch on this when we kind of compared the different tax abatement programs, but we wanted to spend a little bit more time talking about the two kind of market rate tax abatements that we're looking at. So the vertical housing development zone tax abatement, it's an incentive program for multi-story mixed-use development. So there needs to be some kind of commercial use on the ground floor and then housing units above that. And the city would kind of decide where the targeted areas are, and those are called the vertical housing development zones. And city could have one or more of those zones in the city. And it's a 10-year partial property tax exemption that would only apply to the improvement value. So, you know, the building and any improvements on the site. It wouldn't apply to the land value unless there were a proposal to include affordable housing units. So if you were to include units at 80% of area median income, you could have an additional property tax exemption on the land value as well. So you'd kind of add up the exemptions there. Again, only for 10 years. And it's still kind of limited. There's a cap that I think it's 80% of the total of a total potential tax exemption would be available. Let's see. So you all are probably aware that the city already has a pilot vertical housing development zone project underway for the North Anchor development site. So that's one consideration. The city's kind of testing it out on a limited basis right now. It does have the potential to displace residents by encouraging redevelopment in certain areas. So that's something that you would want to consider if you wanted to think about places where this might make sense. And that's actually a requirement, I think, by the state, is that the city would have to kind of demonstrate how they're factoring in potential displacement and effects on sort of lower income residents. In terms of magnitude of impact, this is kind of a low to moderate impact potentially. It could definitely be beneficial in areas where the city wanted to encourage more of this type of vertical mixed use development and where that really was desirable and made sense. This tax abatement program is a little more challenging in terms of administration, I think both on the city side and on the developer side as compared to some of the other abatement programs. So that's one kind of challenge that we heard about with this one. The task force did not recommend including this in the housing production strategy. I think their preference was to focus more on the, the affordable housing abatement programs. And since, affordable housing could be a part of this program, but isn't necessarily required, the city can't require affordable units as part of this. Then they weren't as in favor of this one. But the community did express mild support through the online survey. So any questions about this one or any comments? And the next we'll talk about the MUPD, or the multi-unit property tax exemption program.
Well, can I ask, the implementation of this, obviously this is something we have in our back pocket right now, and we can apply it surgically, property by property. Are we talking about what implementation of this look like, just maintaining it in our back pocket, which I mean is the case anyway, or finding zones to apply it to, or?
Yeah, this would be looking at a larger mapping of a vertical housing development zone, not necessarily in that same targeted way to support a specific development. So the idea would be, in areas that allow for mixed use, residential, commercial buildings, and where we're trying to promote that type of development, to use this to incentivize, that sort of, the vertical housing sort of model with that residential floors above the commercial. I think when it comes to the sort of affordable housing piece, I think there is an extent to which you can kind of design this program to have local criteria that encourage more affordability in these units, but you can't get away from that sort of core, the basic, component of this project, or of this particular tax abatement, is the requirement for some, commercial ground floor. Right. So to the extent that that is desired, that could be helpful, but for a lot of affordable housing projects, that can be a barrier as well.
Well, I mean, for me, I think this, what's going on in the market right now, we're all really well aware it's hard to construct even market rate projects. So I think it's been a great application of it right now, and even then, it's not enough to try to jumpstart a mixed-use residential project, because housing of all types is a part of this strategy. Creating housing of all types is part of the strategy, right? But I don't know if we necessarily want to kind of because things will change over time. And I can understand why the task force didn't recommend this, because there's no point in kind of giving a tax abatement for market rate housing if we don't have to, and focus our tax abatement strategies on the, clearly defined low income housing, which is going to be the largest, has been identified as the largest challenge, for the community to meet that need. Yeah, Councilor Afghan.
I think I heard a comment about this program could displace residences. Can you give me an example, please?
Yeah, so just to the extent that this this type of mapping, a larger mapping of this type of zone could, let's say we mapped it within the EC district in downtown Lake Oswego, and I think we could look at, there's a number of properties that exist within that general area. Some of them are not going to redevelop. Some of them might be currently occupied by a commercial building that is not quite as profitable as some other commercial buildings, or small residential buildings that could be demolished to create a new sort of vertical housing type mixed use building. So to the extent that we're kind of pushing that and creating this incentive for the mixed use buildings to be developed, that could exacerbate the pressure for the demolition of those sort of smaller existing affordable units.
Yeah, could I use an even better example, I think, which is if we were to think about it for foothills, which I definitely think it's been on our mind as a tool for foothills. You do have a substantial number of existing residential units down in foothills. So what would happen to the folks who lived at Oswego Point if developers came in and bought up the land so that they could take advantage of this style of development?
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, they're referring to direct displacement, but as Kate mentioned, that is it's also, you're required to do a displacement analysis for every mapping of this. For the North Anchor proposal, we did that, but it was very easy because there was just like a few lots. It was vacant, but that might be a lot more complicated with a larger mapping.
Thank you.
Any commissioners, any comments, questions? By group.
Hi.
Oh, Commissioner Naja.
I have some experience with this in other jurisdictions, and it is very technical, a lot of rules to follow, and really your development would have to fit perfectly on a piece of land, perfectly within city code to even be able to take advantage of this. And the key word is vertical. this really incentivize tall projects, 5-story projects. That's really what it's meant to do, because you only get a 20% abatement for every floor of housing. So if you have a 2-story building, you get a 20% abatement, a 3-story building gets a 40% abatement, and so on. So it's not as valuable as I think it might have been meant to be when it was written. That it's not very easy to operationalize.
Good input. Are we ready for straw?
Yeah, if there's no further questions, I'll go to the straw polling. Let's start with council. Raise your hand if you are in support of including the vertical housing development zone strategy in the HPS. Not seeing anybody for the broader mapping of vertical housing. All right, how about with the Planning Commission? Raise your hand if you're in support of including the VHDZ in the HPS. Sorry for the acronyms. We have a person in support, but yeah, so we're receiving direction not to include that in the HPS. So just to sum
I think
sum
one
that up.
thing that should, to the mayor's point, we can use it strategically.
Right, it's always in the back pocket.
In the back pocket, and that was the case with North Anchor, is that it did fit the criteria. It was a situation where we're trying to get the project done before, while we're still all alive. So that was one of the incentives for doing that. So
yeah.
Anyway.
Thank you, Councilor Wendland. Yeah.
All right, Kate, let's go on to the MUPD.
All right, so this is our, well, yes, we're going to talk about the MUPD. So this is an incentive for multifamily or middle housing, so any kind of multi-unit development. And this is a pretty flexible program, so the city could specify that, you know, the development needs to include particular features or be offered at particular price points. And this is a partial tax abatement for 10 years. If there is an affordability requirement, an agreement, the length of the exemption would actually be extended to the length of the affordability agreement. So if it's, say, a 60-year affordability requirement that, you know, we're going to hold these units affordable to a certain income level, then that exemption would be extended for that length of time. And really, the city has pretty broad discretion to structure the program. So it could include eligibility criteria for things like, again, affordability, could require accessibility or universal design. And that was actually the, well, I'll get to that in a second, but that was supported by the task force. Could require a certain unit size. So it could be that, you know, the city, if the city wanted to encourage, say, family size housing, so apartments with, you know, 3 or more bedrooms, it could require that to qualify for the MUPD, or other types of desirable features that are identified by the city. In terms of considerations, you know, there's some sort of trade-offs with this one. This program has the opportunity or the ability to potentially outcompete some of the affordable housing tax incentives with for-profit developers. So maybe not necessarily with, you know, mission-driven nonprofit developers, but if you're trying to kind of incentivize affordable units among for-profit developers, this might not be as likely to be kind of taken advantage of by those folks. In terms of magnitude of impact, kind of a moderate rating. So this could encourage production of more, you know, multifamily and middle housing units. And it could meet some needs that are not currently being met by the private market, kind of filling some gaps there. But in terms of the task force recommendation, they kind of liked the idea of using MUPD, but in support of another strategy, which is the encouraging accessible unit strategy, but not necessarily pursuing MUPD as kind of a standalone strategy. And I think part of that is that it's so broad. It would be difficult to kind of narrow down if you just wanted to say, you know, you want to do MUPD, how you would want to promote that. And they didn't necessarily support just broadly incentivizing multifamily development or middle housing development without some other kind of requirements. So that was the task force recommendation. The community provided mild support through the online survey for this program. So any comments or questions on this one?
Councilor Raff.
So if you reduce the operational cost of the facility or the units, how do you ensure that those operational savings are passed down to the renters and or owners?
So I would say that without an affordability requirement that the units be rented at a certain income level, there's really no way of ensuring that with this program. So this would be kind of a production strategy to encourage more production of a certain type of housing that's needed by the community. But without those kind of affordability requirements.
Well, hold on. So if it's a production incentive, but the cost savings is based on operational costs, how's even the
Well, it's
production?
like the
being
VHDZ, yeah.
Sorry?
It's like the VHDZ,
Yeah.
just for different form.
I mean, economically, it just doesn't necessarily make sense to me, but yeah, I understand now. Yeah, okay.
Well, can this be applied kind of property by property like the VHDZ?
That's a good question.
So there are sort of areas of the city where the city could decide we want to encourage this in certain zones or, near transit stations, things like that. It could also allow it citywide. But it would be, as long as a project met the various criteria that were established, then any project could apply. So I don't believe that you can just designate, say, one property or a couple properties with this program. That's my understanding of how it's been used, at least.
Yeah, I think you'd want to, carefully craft criteria that get kind of at what you're going for, but I'm not sure we could do it for a, individual project necessarily.
Well, I'm curious to learn more how, in one of the strategies, it's kind of in the recommended strategy list, the accessible design incentives, this was listed as a potential incentive, utilizing them upbeat. I'd be curious to learn about that, but I'm not sure I'm really supportive of it broadly as a strategy for market rate housing. Anyone else have any, Councilor Afghan?
No.
I can't be quick.
No.
The way I look at this is this could benefit everybody. But what is it that we are trying to promote in Lake Oswego? We have to be precise with that. So if somebody wanted to build luxurious units, 4 units on the same lot, if this applies, I'm not on board. I want to make sure that 20% that we talked at the beginning of the meeting, we provide housing for them. I want to make sure the 40% we provide housing for them with the incentives. So if I stand back and look at the big picture, if as a person I want to build a house in Lake Oswego, this is what it takes to do. And then from there, we look at what are the housing strategy that we want to push forward. If you do this, this is your incentive. If you do another one, you get more incentive. If you get another one, you get more incentive. So we drive our strategy through our incentive. These are a little black and white for me that we're voting on. Yes, let's do it. But if we stood back and look at all of this together, are we helping the 20%, the 40%, and the people we really want to help?
And I think there's one thing just in response to your comment, Councilor Afghan. This is one tax exemption that we do have broad discretion to craft specifically for what, to add criteria to, and we can add that affordability component to this. Again, there's other tax exemptions that are specifically sort of oriented for that we're already recommending. So, we're not necessarily promoting, the idea that we would be doing another affordable housing tax exemption. Yeah. However, there is sort of the potential in terms of that gray area that we could, think of this as something that we could use for accessible units. So that would be a part of that stack that you're talking about in terms of the need of the housing that this could fulfill. So we could take sort of a, conditional poll, I suppose, if you'd like to say, we agree with the task force or something of that nature, if you'd like, depending on how you all feel. So.
Yes, Councilor Whitman.
So do you think this is really more towards the type of project that a nonprofit would do? Or,
I mean, the nonprofit low-income housing tax exemption would be the perfect one for a nonprofit.
Okay, so really this is for private developers.
It can be structured in a variety of ways, but yes, I think that
Eric,
this
could
is
you
more.
structure it to include mixed income projects? Because I will say that's the best thing you guys have done with North Anchor is make sure there's a
Right.
mix of incomes.
Well, that was what I was getting
I
to
believe so. I
is-
mean, we get to set our own requirements for affordability, and they don't have to be 100%, I don't believe, so. Yeah.
I mean, again, if this is the private world and nobody's writing a check, I just don't think there's a chance that you're going to get many of these built if you put a price point on it. I mean, it's just so expensive to build housing these days. I mean, and I don't know what pricing you would get into, but I'd hate to give up the tax because I mean, pretty much a private party is going to benefit from that. So I just don't see how this gives them the incentive unless you have swaths of land that are out there that you're trying to compete among developers to come and build in your community versus somebody else's. So I don't know. I don't see, this doesn't make sense for Lake Oswego, I guess, from my perspective.
And I think that Councilor Afghan's comments follow really the task force who were really focused on how do we serve the really difficult to meet needs of the lowest income residents. And so that's why they really favored the nonprofit low income housing and the low income housing tax credits. And then the ones that could be geared more to market rate housing, they just did not favor as much because they want to put all of the energies into those other. But doing something, but then those don't apply to mixed income projects, which can be beneficial too. So, and the housing production strategy, we bring up all of these things because it is about producing a wide range of types of housing for all incomes. So it's like, and to Councilor Winland's point, I mean, it is difficult to produce housing. So incentives like this is why we put the VHGZ on the North Anchor. So something like this, I mean, could help get a project over. But I think it would have to have for the community something like the North Anchor does, where it has some level of affordability guaranteed for at least some of the units.
Right, where everything else in it is pretty market and it's pretty high.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's still costing us.
Yeah.
I mean, we pitched money in from the city to make that happen. So, and we don't have available funds.
Yeah.
We don't.
Yeah.
That was a
project.
urban renewal district which
Yeah.
funded that. We don't have that.
Well, does the planning commission have any thoughts on the MUFTI? Someone has to have thoughts on the MUFTI. Councilor, Commissioner.
You know, I think everyone's made really good points, and I don't have as much of a stance either for or against it, but if I can provide some perspective on the capital stack again here. So the 60% AMI and under, which is where I work, it has lots of grants, lots of subsidy. It makes a very complicated stack, but above that, in like the 80% AMI level, there are almost no subsidies available, almost no grants available. So if a developer is going to be taking a haircut to make workforce housing, no one is filling that gap. And that's how we end up in this position where we're missing the middle. They have to build to the top of market every single time. And there are really very few mechanisms available to incentivize that middle market housing. So that's one thing to consider, is that affordability restriction for specifically middle housing. And sometimes I think we say market rate housing, and we think that means middle, but market rate, when it is a ground up development, means top of the market.
That's right. Commissioner.
I think I just, again, mentioned there is, as we pointed out, as Kate pointed out and is in the memo, there is the potential, if we do target that sort of more middle income strategy, or that strata rather, that we might outcompete some of the other low income housing tax exemptions that we're talking about. So that was another just consideration. I'm not sure, Kate or Matt, if you want to expand on that and sort of kind of how that could outcompete. Just anything else you want to say?
I don't have much more to add to that, honestly. I think our economist was the one that made those comments, and I think maybe he has a better understanding of how developers would think about these different tax abatements. So yeah, I'm not sure I can clarify that any further.
Yeah, I think it's just that this could be a more attractive exemption for certain developers. And so if they got the option of one or the other, this might be the one they choose. And so in that sense, outcompete. So
Yeah, for-profit developers, that,
yeah,
in particular.
exactly.
All right, any other questions on this strategy from Council or Planning Commission? Seeing none, let's go ahead and do a straw poll. Council, let's go first. If you would like to include this in the draft HPS, the MUPD strategy, please raise your hand. So what specifically, all right, Councilor Afghan would like to include it with the condition that it be used for accessible or affordable housing. Yeah. All right, so we have 3 in support. I'm not sure if others have the same conditions as Councilor Afghan. Okay. All right, so yeah, we'll try to incorporate that in the vote, but yes, that is 3 out of 7. So that would not be something we include in the HPS based on the council's direction. With the Planning Commission, raise your hand if you're in support of including the MUPD in the HPS.
With the same condition.
Conditions, okay. All right, so we have 4 out of 5. All right. Any other notes on the conditions from other folks on the Planning Commission? Like in terms of, would you only agree with this?
Eric, I think what this tells me is if the Planning Commission is truly interested in it, they need to take the feedback that they got from the council about what their reservations were and really try to work that if it's going to be proposed as part of their report back to the council. There's clearly some interest on the council. It's not a hard no, but they're not persuaded by what they know so far.
To learn more.
Yeah, so how does that work if the council votes it down and the planning?
Well, the
commission
council
says
won't
no?
vote until after, you guys are going to recommend the housing production strategy to them, and then they will review it and make a decision. And so all I'm saying back to staff is there's interest.
And the fact that you
But they're
have
not
interest
persuaded
means
yet.
something does too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. But crafted in such a way that you've heard from the feedback, if that makes sense.
And I guess what I heard is they want something for it. They don't want to just get multifamily projects that are market rate. They want either affordable units, some community benefit, or accessible, something back for the community in exchange for a tax abatement.
Yes.
And without any clear and definitive direction about what that might be quite yet.
Are folks generally in agreement with the task force recommendation to kind of use this to promote accessible units and kind of craft the criteria to promote that?
That's why I voted.
Okay. I mean, because we could do it for affordable or accessible, but that's, yeah.
I'm not positive that you're going to get any change in their positions at this point until a lot more work's been done around it. This program is so vague that I think they need some more details before you're going to switch any of those 4 no votes to a yes vote.
Sounds good. Noted. But yeah, I think that's, yeah, there's interest, let's put it that way. There's not a unanimous no, at least from council, so. All right, a slightly open door. All right, good to hear.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the CET. Kate and Matt.
Okay, so this is the last strategy of the evening, and we kind of have the most information on this strategy, so that's why we saved it for the end. And we've discussed this with you all, but we wanted to provide a little more information, and we've provided a little more analysis since we met back in the fall or winter, and then Eric has also been doing some kind of interviewing and asking questions of other jurisdictions who have implemented CET to kind of get their take on it and hear how things are going there. So. Just sort of the general information, this is a one-time tax on construction projects, and the funds, the revenues can be used for to support affordable housing development. So in terms of the tax rates that the city could apply for residential construction, it's limited to 1% of permit value or up to 1%. So anywhere between, one and below. And then for commercial and industrial construction, there's no limit on the tax rate that could be applied. But I would say that the typical rate that we'll see, and we have a slide that kind of compares how it's being implemented in other places, is somewhere between 1% and 3%. So it's often kind of on par with a residential rate. And the uses of CET funds are defined by state statute, at least to some extent. So for a residential CET, half the funds need to be used to support developer incentives or pay for developer incentives. So that could be things like kind of covering permit fee costs, paying for SDC waivers or reductions. So if you say, affordable housing doesn't have to pay SDCs, you could use the revenues to kind of backfill that incentive, as well as tax abatement programs. 35% need to be used for, or are flexible funds that could be used for a variety of affordable housing programs. So those are things like the city could offer, home improvement loans or grants, or a variety of other maybe down payments for affordable home ownership, things like that. And then 15% of the funds go towards the Oregon Housing and Community Services Department to support home ownership programs. And DLCD, or excuse me, OHCS has said that those funds that they receive from a city typically are spent back in that same city. So you're paying towards this larger state program, but those funds will come back to Lake Oswego. And then for commercial and industrial, the requirements are a little more flexible. So 50% need to be spent on some type of housing related programs. I should point out that those don't necessarily need to be limited to affordable housing. But you could craft your CET policy and programs and requirements to just focus on affordable housing if that's your choice. And then 50% is unrestricted. And I should also add that I didn't list it here in the percentages, but for the residential CET, 4% of the revenues can be spent on administrative costs. So kind of covering the staff time that it would take to implement the program. Some considerations here. So, this is one of the few available locally controlled funding streams for affordable housing. So it's an area where the city would have flexibility to choose what types of development it wants to support, what types of programs it wants to support, which isn't always the case when you're kind of helping facilitate funding from, a regional source like the Metro Housing Bond or other types of state funding sources. The city would have a lot more control here. And it would also kind of supplement those more regional or state funding opportunities. And, without a new funding stream such as CET, the city really couldn't contribute substantially to some of the contingent strategies, which are we've been discussing so far and that are included in the report that you all received in your packet. So things like funding a housing trust fund, which could be used to pay for housing development, funding low interest loans or a revolving loan fund, which could do things like support affordable housing development, or it could also support, home renovations or home improvements for lower income residents. Community land trusts, which are a way to ensure permanent affordability for home ownership units. So this is kind of similar to the Habitat for Humanity approach to building ownership units that are, sold and they're income restricted, and then they are preserved as affordable in perpetuity. So they always have to be sold to future home buyers that are also income qualified. And it could also support a housing preservation strategy for low-income rental housing. So this would be a way to kind of following up on the preservation inventory, where the city kind of cataloged all of the existing low-cost or affordable housing that exists in the city, and then really targeting funds to maybe acquire those units or work with a partner to acquire the units, ensure that they remain affordable long-term, and that would help prevent displacement as property values continue to rise and there's kind of more pressures on folks who have a harder time holding on to their housing. An important consideration is this does raise costs for construction for commercial, industrial, and market rate residential housing development. This wouldn't have an effect on affordable housing development because that is already exempted per state law. And there are other types of development, things like public buildings and hospitals and other types of development are already exempted. And the city would have options to exempt any other kind of development that you wanted to not discourage. So any other type of needed housing, such as you could exempt multifamily development, you could exempt maybe smaller housing units or accessible housing units or other things that, housing units that are sold under a certain price. So you could exclude those from the CET if you chose to do that. In terms of magnitude, this has the potential to have a pretty high impact, in particular on affordable housing production. So doing some rough calculations, we determined that if you applied a 1% CET to both residential and commercial and industrial development, you could potentially generate up to $750,000 for residential and $850,000 per year for commercial and industrial. And that's based on looking at permit values over the last, I think, 5 or 10 years. So that, has the potential to contribute to quite a bit of housing production. So the task force did actually recommend including CET in the HPS. They had a lot of discussion about it. Some folks did express concerns, but in general, there was support for at least exploring this as part of the HPS and kind of engaging in an additional process beyond adoption of the HPS to kind of tailor this to the city and find ways to make it work, and potentially exempting certain types of development. We didn't really get into those details because those would all kind of need to be worked out through a larger process that would happen after the HPS. And through the online survey, the community provided mild support for this strategy.
Your Honor, can I ask one question? I'm so sorry, I should have asked this. When you guys did your calculations, did you exempt any of the projects that might be considered? What I don't want anybody to walk away with is thinking that we could really generate $1.5 million if we took all the school district projects out or our own projects out, because I have a feeling a lot of the commercial construction done in the last 5 years was public sector construction.
Right.
I mean, this is a maximum if we text everything, right? Not a, okay, thank you.
Including
Again, I think we see that dollar amount and we think that's real, and I think it would be relatively substantially lower than that if we, I mean, if we took Mercy out, because I have a feeling it's all in right now.
Those permit values. I think that's right. Well, we just know from the work we did on mitigations that we're averaging 58 new single-family home applications per year. You take 58 times the 1%, and it's not a high number.
So I don't know the answer to that question. We would have to ask our partner at Johnson Economics to confirm. I would hesitate to assume one or the other, because they do, understand what tends to be exempt, and they looked at valuation of projects, and so I just don't know. I think it's a really good question, and we can get an answer for you, as a follow-up pretty quickly, but I don't know that we can confirm one way or the other right now. But really good question, and I agree, we don't want to be.
And I apologize for not asking this in advance. You guys should have had a warning, but I just have a feeling, given what I know, that there's a lot of stuff we would want to exempt that's included in this number. If I'm wrong, that would be awesome.
Yeah, and you might very well be right. I just don't want to say, yeah, for sure you're right, without checking with the guy who actually crunched the numbers for us.
Well, and maybe the city manager, Ms. Bennett, maybe you could tell us a little bit about or Mr. Olson, or just about the administration of how would this work? I know, again, we, limited staff time.
I've reached out to some other jurisdictions about that after I included these interviews and the answers there. So I do have some data about that, or at least three qualitative points of data. So yeah, basically, for the most part, folks did not hire additional staff. 2 out of the 3 cities, so Tigard and Milwaukee, did not see a need to hire new staff and thought that it was basically low commitment, more or less, in terms of the administrative burden. It's kind of something that's set up in terms of the building permit processing and takes in a little bit of setup at that initial phase to kind of get it incorporated into the processing of a building permit. But after that, folks have done it through Acela for the most part. And, I think the biggest administrative burden is to actually, manage the whatever you're doing with the money. That's a much bigger sort of piece of this. So when it comes to the trust funds, when it comes to RFPs to potentially spend the money on something, that is something that, for instance, Eugene did hire somebody to take that on. Other folks, and they hired somebody to take that on in addition to a number of other affordable housing programs that they're managing. So nobody found that it required a full-time FTE. And for the most part, most folks said that it was pretty minimal administrative requirement for the cities that are closer in size to ours.
We already collect the construction excise tax on behalf of the school district and Metro. I'm not worried about the tax collection. I'm worried about the programs you'd have to stand up after you had money.
Yeah, that was kind of my question. What would that entail?
And even that, the way that Milwaukee has done this is they just did a one-time RFP. It's kind of a situation where they're in. It's not vastly different than where we've been recently, where there are affordable housing developers interested in projects that we know about. So they, essentially were able to run with that. And it's not like these funds are one-to-one being used for housing. This is part of a larger package where this is not the only, revenue that's going to be, used to produce the housing. Obviously this is something that other people are coming to the table with some type of, land or some type of money to contribute here as well, often. So yeah, anyway, so that was kind of a situation where they were able to have like a one-time RFP, and it's not an ongoing process necessarily that they were able to do to use the money. So it wasn't ongoing staff time.
I would say it depends on the program too. So for the developer incentives, if you're using this partly to backfill STCs that you're exempting or things like that, you're really just transferring money from one place to another. In that particular case, it's not for certain types of programs or projects, they'll spend more time than others. So it's not kind of an equal thing either. So it really does depend on how you set up the program, what programs you're funding.
And again, there is that 4% of the administrative or of the CET that you're able to use for administrative costs of that revenue.
You have a question, Councilor?
Sorry, I have to stand up because my knee's still recovering. So, City Manager, what is the permit value for residential construction?
I have no idea.
What's
It's in the report.
Olson.
I would say page, on the attachment number 5, page 6 of 6 is the information that the consultants gathered about.
Right, about in terms of the valuation of what the data was that we provided to the consultants for that work. I did just a quick analysis. So, the valuation, I guess just first to mention, it doesn't necessarily, let's see, so it includes the construction cost of the project, including profit and overhead, but not the land cost. And an average for all of the 2023 building permits in Lake Oswego, the valuation on average was $717,000 for new construction residential in the city. So that's
170,000.
710. Yes, 717,000. No, for the valuation of the permit. So again, that's sort of 717,000 for construction costs.
If I'm a young family, buy a house in Lake Oswego, want to live here for 30 years, and we bought our house, now we want to build our dream home and raise our kids here, what's that 1% equal to them? That family, what am I paying out of pocket in addition to the permitting costs?
So in addition to, about $7,000.
$7,000.
$7,000. And I think just to put this in context, that valuation might be $717,000, but the actual, sales price for the median home in that list of new single-family permits from last year was $2.5 million. So the construction cost is not necessarily reflective of the actual sale price on the house. But that $7,000 is about 0.3% of that sales price.
The reason I'm asking this question, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm just going to cut you off. we're trying to incentivize everyone to, a city that anybody can move to and raise a family here, but then we continue to look at ways to challenge young families and old families and middle families to make it, we challenge them to live here with the money that they have. And so, I've always said this, Lake Oswego is a community where people aspire to live here for the rest of their lives. And then you have them come here, and then all of a sudden you have these, ticky-tack little taxes and costs and things here. It just makes it really challenging. Just I think last year before, we had a single mother and her daughter over in First Edition that wanted to remodel her house, and the whole neighbor was coming up against her to just make a nice little home for her, daughter. So, I think the intention is there. But, we're challenging people, we're challenging everybody by trying to serve some people. And I don't know a nicer way to say it, but I think you get my point. Yeah.
Can I add on one more point?
Yes, Councilor Woodland, and then Councilor
Okay,
actually next.
Go ahead. You go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. When I look at the package here, I see several things that are variables. For example, the construction cost goes up, the number goes up. Economy slows down, the number goes down. So there is no way of predicting how much money is going to come in or not come in. So that's one. The second one is the cost of administrating this work. And I don't want to spend 30%, 40% of what we collect on administration. So only 70% of the funding goes directly to help people. And third is, last city council meeting, we talked about having taxes for infrastructure from single families and duplexes. I have no problem asking the taxpayer to pay taxes, extra taxes for specific things. This seems like we would collect money, we would have it administered by somebody else, and it's not specific to one thing. It could go any direction. So I'm sort of don't know if this is going to help what we're trying to do in Lake Oswego. That's how I'm thinking right now.
Thank you, Councilor Afrin.
Just a quick point of clarification. We would not be able to spend 30 or 40% of the revenue from CET on admin, and we could only spend 4% of that on admin. So there are specific requirements of what we can and can't do with the
Right,
revenue.
but,
Yeah.
but
The general fund
we
would
still have
pay.
to pay the administrator, and that'll come out of city budget. So, which would be offset with something. But good point, yes, 4%. I think it's, while it has its merits, I think holistically we have to look at this as a community, and I'm not putting this on the Planning Commission because you guys have a focus of just looking at housing, but we have a number of extra bonus points when you live in Lake Oswego. Like, we support the local option for the school district, which is an extra tax. We have several little taxes, things like the take down the house tax, whatever, demolition. We just raised people's fees for their utility bills by street pavement or for pathways. We have a lot of competing interests in Lake Oswego that want money. And, we have McVeigh Avenue that we spent a study on that's going to cost us $40 million to repair that. I think our appetite in the list in Lake Oswego is huge. And I think we have to be more strategic about how we're going to collect money for projects. And I don't want to out-tax people, because there's one reason why people are leaving Multnomah County right now. And housing prices are going up in Washington and Clackamas counties and Clark County because people are leaving because they're getting taxed too high in Multnomah County. And I just want to be careful about the drip, drip, drip of additional fees. So if we want to really go after pathways, then we're going to have to fund that, but we can't do everything else. And we're going to have to be strategic, I think. And so I would pass on this one just because I think administratively, and then setting up all those funds, if that's how you want to use it, I don't think we're in that business. We're not big enough, and we're not going to have critical mass. So I'm not too big on that, so. But if you look at the record, I supported this for the school district when they put the construction excise tax.
We will look at the record.
Yes, because it was the only way that we could raise any capital money when the state of Oregon was taking literally 20% away from our budget.
Yeah.
And we had leaking roofs and things like that, and it was before we did the bond. So if you're at desperate times, do it, but I don't think we're in a desperate time, so.
Yeah, I do worry about the, I mean, we see with the multifamily construction now, we're at a standstill. And it's tough because I see I mean, there's no arguing that the benefits a fund could provide, we could put to good use. I mean, 100%, we could put to good use. But right now, I mean, the project we're trying to partner on downtown here, we've had to give incentive after subsidy and it's still not enough to make it work. And we're learning more that right now in the market, I mean, it's just not, things are not penciling out with the interest rate. So I don't know if a CET at this particular point in time makes a lot of sense in terms of overall housing production, because then we'd end up probably having to kind of swipe out any of the multifamily, because I mean, that's hard enough to build. I mean, anything, we're looking at the MUPD. It doesn't make sense to look at a multi-unit property tax exemption, but then also looking at adding another tax on top. I mean, it's like, what are we doing, right? So then we're just left with the single family, which I think it's hard to, argue that, $7,000 on a, $2.5+ million home is, gonna shift things around too much, but it's just not then enough of money to administer and to really do anything reasonable with. And because the strategies or the things they could do are so good, I think we can advocate and look more towards our regional sources, making sure as we fight for the metro renewal of not of the housing bond, but renewal of those funds, making sure there's a local share there where then we can put to good use those funds to acquire land and then to form the kind of partnerships we've thus been able to make happen here in Lake Oswego without a CET. So I think maybe in the future it's something that could be considered, but at this point in time, I think it would be kind of counterproductive to the whole production thing. What does the Planning Commission think?
Thoughts and questions from commissioners? Anything? All right, let's go to the straw poll then. City Council. Oh,
we've been going
okay,
first
yeah,
every
let's
time.
flip the script here. Okay, all right, Planning Commission first. Let's do a straw poll. Do you think CET should be in the draft HPS? Raise your hand. All right, nobody on the Planning Commission. All right, so City Council, do you think CET should be included in the HPS? All right, let's move on to the next part of the presentation, Kate.
All right, so this is kind of the everything else slide. So we have these contingent strategies that we kind of put these in this category because again, the city probably can't contribute too much to these strategies without a CET or some other type of funding source. That's not to say that you couldn't support these in some ways, maybe community land trust, that's part kind of under the umbrella of public-private partnerships. There might be ways to kind of encourage a community land trust to, build affordable homeownership housing in the city through things like donating city-owned land, things like that. Low interest loans. There's a county program to support, rehabilitation, housing rehabilitation, things like that. Preserving low cost housing, probably couldn't do much on that strategy. So just to kind of keep that at the back of your mind that these are things that we probably won't include in the final, or at least in the draft HPS, just because there's not kind of a potential revenue source to support these. And then in terms of the not recommended strategy, there's just one that ended up in that category, which is the Home Buyer Opportunity Limited Tax Exemption Program, or HOLTE. And this would support homeownership options for moderate income households. But basically just because of kind of the market dynamics in Lake Oswego and land costs in the city, this was determined not to really be a likely or feasible strategy, that it wouldn't really work, wouldn't be effective in encouraging kind of moderate income households. Just kind of wouldn't, the projects wouldn't pencil out. Are there any questions on this slide before we move on? I think that's the end of our kind of strategy discussion.
Any input on, I guess, either the contingent or not recommended strategies? Now's the time. Hearing none. Let's move on, Kate.
All right. All right. So Eric, do you want to talk about next steps?
All right. So as we've been mentioning, the next step is really to take this input and incorporate it into our draft housing production strategy, which we intend to release sometime in June in advance of a few meetings that we have scheduled. One is our final meeting for the HPS task force, tentatively scheduled for June 21st. We have additional study session at City Council and a work session at the Planning Commission in late June, early July. And we'll then sort of, basically take that draft HPS to these two bodies, get some input, then move this to a hearing in fall of this year. So that would be, the end of the HPS, if not the end of, all the other strategies that will continue to unfold over the course of many years.
Come on, give us
Just
an
the
end date.
beginning, really.
Yep, and more affordable housing.
All right, so and that's everything. Thank you all for your
thank
time
you.
and
Well,
input.
there is one more thing. We did have the request at the beginning of the meeting. We heard from Mercy Housing. We discussed tonight the nonprofit low-income housing and the low-income housing tax exemption. We see those as strategies both the Council and Planning Commission see as part of the final adopted strategy, and other stakeholders as well. So we heard from Mercy Housing that we have an opportunity to help benefit that project. I think it would also help give some certainty to the Hacienda project in Lake Grove, knowing that this exemption was coming, and Ms. Bennett has said that staff could accelerate this aspect to meet Mercy's timeline, and we'll know more
It's a
by
lot
tomorrow.
easier if they need it by August 1 than it is if they need it by July 1.
So I just want to see if,
But is the majority of the council willing to accelerate implementation of this?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
And we'll get
Thank you,
more
guys.
information, yeah.
More talks to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
MIG.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate being here. Planning Commission, thank you
Thank
all.
you.
Chair
Thank you.
Moreno, Commissioners, thank you. We're going to take a brief recess. We'll be back for a police update.
So 10 o'clock today, 10:30.
Okay, we're back in order. Our next item on the agenda is the annual Police Department update. We welcome Chief Burke and Captain Simon. Good evening, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm George Burke, I'm Chief of Police, and Captain Clayton Simon will be doing the presentation for you tonight. This is going to be really similar to the things we've done over the past. I think this is our third report back to council and my second, so I feel like I'm on my repeat rerun, kind of working through some things here. So some of the things I want to make sure that we get through tonight is we're going to focus on the measurables that we've done over the past. So that should look really consistent. We're also going to make a presentation to you on our overdose numbers from last year, which was planned. We had planned to do some of that for you a couple months ago, and the weather didn't cooperate with us. So we ended up not being able to do that with the county health department. But we have some numbers here for you. We will show you the slides. We're not going to get into a lot of detail other than you get to take a really good look at the picture and see how that played out for us. And the other thing that I want to do is I want to look at where we're going as an organization and some of the things that we're looking at as we start looking down the road. What you see right here is our current structure for the organization. We have, make sure, yep, we have 2 lieutenants up there, and then we have our communications manager, and then our records lead, and then everything else kind of falls out from there. What we're looking at, and I'll get into a little bit later, is where we can start creating some efficiencies and how we have direct reports and supervise and manage the different divisions within our organization. But just kind of really taking a look at how we can get a little bit creative, creating some opportunities for folks that that I know that some of our folks really want to experience. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Captain Simon, who will go through all of the numbers and data. We both have determined that we're both data geeks now, so here we go.
All right, and not rehearsed, so I'm going to go through as quickly as I can because I understand the hour. What you see here, we'll jump right into the different types of data that we had. So over this last year, the public safety chain begins with our first responders. That's our low-comm dispatch center, who do a phenomenal job. The total number of 911 and non-emergency calls are encapsulated up there on the screen for you, and that's for Lake Oswego, Westland, and Milwaukee. The patrol division, which is typically responsible for the most calls for service, you'll see some of the figures that are up there. And self-initiated activity, which is primarily composed of traffic stops, is also included there. Compared to 2022, in 2023, we saw about a 9% increase in total incidents for the year, a little over 10% increase in calls for service for the year, and just under a 5% increase in self-initiated activity for the year. The majority of activity conducted by uniformed personnel, so the chief and I are dressed up really nice right now, but we're not, well, he does a little bit, but we're not generally out there rolling around making the traffic stops like on those loud cars that were here earlier. We actually are. The text went out. I heard, yeah, we're on there. We're going, we're good. But it's about 38 different uniformed personnel that are responsible for the majority of the activity and the stats that you see up there. And so that equates to about 720 incidents for each officer a year. Again, that's about a 9% increase as compared to the year prior. As for our calls for service, when it came to cases taken, we saw about a 6% increase over the last year. When it came to arrests, about a 5% decrease. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back. Cases was a 6% decrease. Arrests were about a 5% decrease compared to the year prior. Part 2 crimes was about a 16% decrease from 22 to 23. And Part 1 crimes, which you can see the different types up there, there was also about a 16% decrease from 22 to 23. Miscellaneous offenses was about a 4% decrease from 22 to 23. And these are all getting pretty close to kind of pre-pandemic numbers as well. So we break down the types of calls that we have and compare it to 2022. In some cases, I'd like to just point out that the numbers are really small. So when I give a big percentage, it's because the numbers are really small, depending on what those are. But for crashes, we saw a 17% decrease in crashes, which is great. 12% increase in assaults, but again, when you look at the number that there are there, it's pretty small. 14% decrease in burglaries, which is great. If you remember back kind of right after the pandemic, we saw a significant increase in those, and so those have come down. There was a 24% decrease in stolen vehicle and parts calls. And a 15% increase in recovered stolen vehicle calls. So that'll play into use of force later. Those are typically high-risk situations that we run into, so just kind of remember that once we get to our use of force reporting. Thefts, we saw about a 15% decrease, And then 14% increase in weapon offenses, and it's only an increase by 1, so again, it's not very much. Yes, Counselor?
Meaning burglary, robbery, and theft?
Sure.
Is there like a quick and easy kind of way to, for us to
Burglary
understand the
typically involves either a structure like a dwelling
Okay.
that people are going into, whether it's occupied or not. Robbery is usually with the threat or actual use of physical force or a weapon in order to take property from someone else. Theft could be just stealing something out of a car.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Just a real quick jump into that. Burglary has to have two pieces to it. One is they have to enter the residence or the building, and they have to commit a crime while they're in there. So there's two pieces to the burglary side, which makes it a little unique.
Perfectly clear. Thank you.
Not a problem. We'll get on to my favorite as a former motor officer, the traffic violations. Out of roughly 3,700 tickets that we issued, we had almost 4,400 violations cited. That was a 7% increase from the year prior. Our focus is always reducing crashes through proactive enforcement, mostly initiated by our motorcycle officers, which we do now have 2, and the sergeant that's heading that unit also just got trained to ride the motorcycle. So for everyone that's listening, be careful. We ask our patrol officers to engage in proactive enforcement when not responding to calls for service as often as they can. Typically, so a lot of the problem areas that are complaint-driven when we get calls from different neighboring neighborhood associations. As in the years past, our top 3 violations cited were speed, cell use while driving, and fail to obey traffic control device, which again, we know that those are huge contributors to crashes, and so that's what we're trying to focus on. Those 3 violations out of everything that we cited accounted for about 53% of all traffic violations cited.
Say that again? I'm sorry.
So the top 3 that you see there for the year, that accounted for about 53% of all violations cited out of everything that we wrote, if you just took that list and keep expanding it. So we get to the Oregon Stop Report, which you might remember is the Statistical Transparency of Policing program, where the mandate is to collect certain demographic data for discretionary stops. These are not stops that we're responding to a call for service. These are the officer has made a decision to initiate a stop, and they're primarily traffic for our agency. Law enforcement, the agency must have a statistically significant disparity in at least 2 of the 3 models that you see that are up there. The first model, which is decision to stop, or the veil of darkness model, considers if bias plays a factor in stops. In night versus day, we would see those numbers askew, right? Because during the day, you can obviously see who's driving most of the time. Not most of the time, but some of the time, and then nighttime, obviously, it's a little bit more difficult. We had no issues there. The KPT hit rate is a search rate, and really what that's centered around is discretionary searches, so not required searches, where if we arrest someone for DUI and we go to take them into custody, we are going to search them afterwards. This would be going up and maybe talking to someone and asking for consent to search or some of those things. So again, a discretionary search. And what they're looking for is if you are basing your search on objective facts, as opposed to just kind of feelings or biases, right? Generally, you're going to come up with the same types of search results across all demographics. And then the predicted disposition rate, which is stops for similar infractions should generally result in similar dispositions. You might remember last year, we had some information that came out from the CJC that indicated that Lake Oswego, amongst many other agencies, had a higher disposition rate for the Latinx population. We were able to take a deep dive into that data, and we explained that last year, but we were also able to, we talked about tweak the form to make sure that we were capturing a little bit additional info on those stops. And in doing so, we found that everything for Lake Oswego this last year was exactly where we needed to be. There was no disparity noted in any of our stops, and across the board, we were doing fine.
And really what that does is it factors out those stops where a stop is made for one violation, we cite for a mandatory cite, basically. So a license violation, an insurance violation, something along those lines, that's what contributed to the issue last year. So that got cleaned up with CJC, which then brought us right back in. So we don't have any statistical, nothing to note when it came to any of those 3 areas that Captain Simon just covered.
Right. These are stats pulled directly from the CJC website, which will be linked within the report and we'll put on our website later on. The slide takes the stop, like I said, so 99.7% of all the stops that are up there are all traffic stops. So we don't do a ton of pedestrian stops. They're mostly traffic.
The percentages for each demographic, highest to lowest, we stopped a lot of Caucasian folks, so 78.7%. The Latinx population was the next one at 8.4%, Black at 4.3%, Middle Eastern at 2.5%, and Native American was less than 1%. I think it's important to remember that the CJC doesn't rely specifically on census data when they're looking at these, because they recognize that, especially in a metro area, we got a highly mobile population. There's a lot of people that move in and out of the area. And so they take all that in for their analysis. And the website's actually pretty slick. You can click on your town and you can deep dive into it as much as you would like if you're data geeks like us. It's a lot of fun. That'll take us to our use of force information. So these next few slides are in depth of how and when we use force. You can see we have a low threshold for reporting force. We are on the side of being cautious in documenting any use of force or any display of force on any incident that we're on. Aside from monthly reviews by myself and the patrol lieutenant, we have our annual review that involves agency trainers that are specialized in use of force information and looking at the, they look for trends, or we all look for trends, training or equipment recommendations, or if we need to examine policy or practice. As we review our use of force, it's important to know that most encounters are because we are dispatched to an incident as opposed to just self-initiating an incident. So it's most of the time we're getting called to something to go investigate. Use of force incidents are rare. So out of roughly 27,000 incidents, only 49 incidents involve some kind of force. 13 of those were helping other agencies. That's typically a canine call out when they're asking for someone to help track somebody. 12.5% decrease in total number of force incidents compared to 22. That's less than 1/4% of all incidents that we have or are involved in result in any type of use or display of force. So again, exceedingly rare circumstance based on all the activity that we do.
And I think something to note here is the fact that, you know, we talk about the increased number of calls for service that we had over the last year along with the self-initiated, and yet our numbers are dropping when it comes to force.
In those 49 incidents, there were 3 documented injuries to the subject. That means that 0.01% of all incidents resulted in force that had injuries. And as a reminder, we have a very low threshold for reporting injuries, much lower than actually what the state statute says physical injury actually is. Really, it's any physical injury or complaint of pain. And we'll document that, note that as an injury, and include that in our documentation. We obviously request medical assistance too if anyone's even complaining of pain. Of those 3 injuries, 2 were from canine bites. The 2 canine bites were the same subject. So it's really just 2 people that were really involved in all those injuries. It goes by real fast. I mean, the dog's not the one that you want to mess with. Yeah. There were no reported claims against the city related to officers' uses of force. And again, this is the 2nd year in a row we saw decreases across the board in force incidents despite incident numbers rising, just as the chief mentioned. So let's talk about the circumstances involving force. So now we're getting really geeky with the data. The left graph, in the 49 use of force incidents, that involved 41 officers that used or displayed the 139 different types of force. This is about a 10% decrease from the previous year. The middle graph, you see a 6% increase in instances where multiple officers had to use or display force. This example for this would be a violent subject where maybe one officer decided to go hands-on while another one had a taser displayed in order to gain compliance. There was a 20% decrease in incidents where officers use multiple force types on the same subject. So we may show up and have one force option and it de-escalates to a different force option or escalates to a different force option depending on the circumstances. And there was a 70% decrease in incidents where officers use multiple force on multiple subjects, which is not surprising. Those are pretty rare when you have a large group of people that you have to actually use force. Typically, it's usually a couple people, usually related to something like a burglary. And finally, on the right graph, we saw a 25% decrease in instances where one of our canines was displayed and or used on an incident. We had the 2 canine bites as mentioned earlier, and that was the same as the year prior. We had 4 incidents of our canine teams assisting other law enforcement agencies, similar to 2022. And what's important to remember is for every use of force or every display of force, the officer has to independently justify that particular action. So even if it's on one person on one call and having to switch between the different forces, they still have to justify each and every one of those. And it's a credit to our trainers for being, you know, very particular about how we train and making sure that we're doing the right things when we can. These charts break down the percentage of force use. So again, there was 139 different types of force that was used or displayed, and that's what you see on the left graph, and that's just the general percentage. Just as in years past, displaying a handgun has been the highest, followed by the use of physical control. Now, one of the things that we started looking at last year is if we remove the displayed options and actually only included where we actually used force, or in this case, we maybe pointed either a less lethal or lethal device at someone, it dramatically decreases what you can see there in terms of the number of force that's actually captured. So it's actually a 47% decrease, and it takes the total number of types of force that was used from 139 to 73, which is
And
pretty
the reason why we do that is most agencies throughout the state report in the second category. I mean, most agencies are going to report based on the actual force used or a handgun displayed. The other ones, a lot of times, are not reported, and we just wanted to make sure that we were providing consistent numbers so that you could see, one, our threshold is much higher when it comes to what we want to report on, but we also want to be accurate in showing if we really went to the letter of what we need to report on, it would probably be closer to what you see in the second category of actually used or pointed at. But I think we're doing a much better job of actually documenting what the actual threat of force, if that's a head wrapped around that.
Mm-hmm.
Discharging a firearm here.
correct. So
No discharging the firearm.
no discharging of fire.
Okay.
Yeah. This brings us to who was involved and in what circumstances, which was something that we started to kind of look at last year. These are the overarching circumstances of the police contact that resulted in force and the demographic makeup of the 54 persons that were involved in those use of force or display of force incidents. It's important to remember that there are various combinations of these factors, so these aren't like one for each incident, right? That you could have one incident that involves someone in a domestic violence situation that had just driven there and was drunk in their car, and the car was stolen, and they had a warrant for their arrest. So it could be any number of those things. That's a bad day for everybody involved. Force was deemed justified in all but one circumstance for everything that we looked at, and we'll come back to that a little bit later. The common factors and demographic data shown in these next couple of slides has been placed in the order a number of force incidents demographics were involved in. I'll give you guys a moment to kind of take a look and see for each of those demographic categories. Move on to the next one. You'll see the unknown subject. So that's just the incident we were dealing with there was an attempted stop on a stolen vehicle, and the vehicle eluded, right? So I think we tried to deploy spike strips or something along those lines, and it just didn't work. Yeah, so fortunately they got away. This brings us to complaints. And there's essentially two types. I won't read each one of those, but essentially the formal complaint is conduct, if true, would be a violation of policy or law. Example would be an unlawful use of force or violations of our standards of conduct. Complaints can be externally or internally generated, so we in the department can look at something and say we need to take a deeper dive into this, or if we get a complaint from outside of the department. So whether that's a community member or some other agency or something from DPSST, which is the state academy. These are formally investigated. The informal complaints are conduct, if true, would not be a violation of policy or law. These are typically, maybe we made a traffic stop on someone, they got a speeding ticket. They didn't think that they should have got a speeding ticket. They thought they should have maybe got a warning. So they call in, they're complaining about that disposition, not necessarily that anyone did anything wrong. And we'll still talk to those folks and go through all of that, but it's not something that we have to formally investigate. So in 2023, out of over 27,000 incidents, there was a 27% decrease in total complaints from 22 to 23. Again, small numbers here. That's less than 1/3 of 1% of all police incidents resulting in some kind of complaint. Of the formal IA type, there were 3 internal complaints and 5 citizen or external generated complaints. 1 LOPD initiated investigation, so one that we started resulted in that employee's termination, and that information has been sent down to the state as required by law. One of the externally generated complaints remains open. During this open investigation, which we're still investigating right now, that employee resigned. Once that investigation is done, that information will also be sent down to the state. Next one. Whoops, went too far. In 2023, there were no use of force complaints. There were 2 bias-based policing complaints. Both were investigated and determined to be unfounded, and summaries were sent to the state as required. Of the external complaints received, only 1 complaint was sustained so far. We still have that open investigation that we're doing. And I think that a lot of this, I believe, is attributed to us having good people, and we are working hard to do the right things, trying to support each other as best we can, hold each other to high standards and accountable, just as our community and our department expects.
So when you send it to the state, is that information still confidential?
Once it gets to the state, it's actually public. So it's sent to the state so they can review it for certification purposes. They will oftentimes reach out, so they'll often send us a letter that says, hey, we're looking for the circumstances as to why this person either resigned or was terminated from your agency, and then we'll provide the information to them.
Anytime we have somebody that leaves, if they resign or they get terminated, there's a form that we have to send off to DPSST that indicates the conditions in which they left employment. So that usually triggers a response from DPSST asking for more documents to show what the cause was. Sometimes it's just people moving on to another career, but other times it's other issues.
And you have that information on, is that just an Oregon thing, or if somebody applies for a job from California, do they release the information as well?
It depends on the state. Each one of them have different background requirements. Here in the state of Oregon, it's pretty thorough, and there's actually a standardized background that I think was born out of the 2021 legislative session. So everyone has to ask the same question, so they get a lot of information. So if someone went to California and they wanted to figure out what this previous employee in Lake Oswego or some other agency had in their background, they would reach out to us, and we would provide that information with a signed release from the applicant. So hopefully, and what's what we do here in the state, that people are doing their due diligence and reviewing everything they need to before making a hire. All right, so our behavioral health specialist, so 2023 was Amber's second full year. We got a little bit more data there. This year, she worked with partner agencies to help coordinate resources through the OWLS program. You remember that's the Oregon City, Westland, Lake Oswego. In government, we really like our acronyms, so that's what we have for that. She provided various trainings related to mental health and helping people in crisis. She's obviously a great help to our community and our department, especially when it comes to working with people we frequently contact as a result of mental health issues. There are a number of success stories that she has in helping us reduce the number of calls that end up coming into the agency and getting people hooked up with the right places and the right people in order to help them. So on the BHU numbers for just LOPD, there was a 87% of the responses with police. There was a 15% decrease in responses without police, a 14% decrease in responses with our adult resource officer. So some of you folks have met Officer Tony Sparling, who kind of has that specialty carve out. There was an 8% decrease in phone outreach calls from police or dispatch referrals. And in addition to that, Amber reviewed about 147 just Lake Oswego Police Department reports. And so that's quite a deal, right? And when we say reports, that's a case number, which could have 5 or 6 different reports.
You're looking for me to fill in the gap. So
yeah, I can move on to Westland first before I let you go.
No, let's do this. So I think it's really important to highlight, because when we talk about behavioral health and we talk about the organization and the impact on our community, and what's really highlighted here is that, and I'll just say Amber. Amber is spectacular in what she does, and the amount of time that she is committed to doing things like training and teaching and educating and all the different things that she's done, not only in the county but throughout the state, I think starts to impact the ability to have her respond to more things. And so it's one of those areas that we continue to focus on to say, is the number decreasing because she's not available because she's doing other trainings, or is the number decreasing because we have a decrease in need? And I would, as we start to collect more data in that area, I would venture to guess it's the first. And so as we continue to focus on our needs and behavioral health, we really want to take time to assess that and determine, is there a need Is that a full-time position for us? We share the position with West Lynn. West Lynn really likes the fact that we share the position, so we just really have to reassess and see how we deal with that information. Yes.
Yeah, and so to Chief's point, talking about, would we see higher numbers, I would agree with his assessment, because you can see kind of the same with West Lynn, right? With the one day that, she gets to work with West Lynn out of the week, you can see that there are increases across the board in all the different categories as compared to ours, right? Because she's typically doing some of those ancillary activities when she's here in Lake Oswego versus when she's actually responded to West Lynn. So I think that's pretty consistent what you see up there. For training hours, she coordinated 10 hours in mental health training and de-escalation for police with the community. She coordinated 4 40-hour crisis intervention trainings with Lake Oswego and West Lynn. This is again with her OWLS program, so I don't want to leave out our agency partners with Oregon City and West Lynn and Milwaukee. There's a lot of folks that are helping out with these things, and we're really appreciative of that. She's got a number of success stories, from getting people hooked up to resources to helping establish appropriate guardianship for people that can't care for themselves. I mean, she does a tremendous job, and so we're very fortunate to have her, and we thank you guys for the support, for helping us with that. Now I get to turn over to my fellow data geek, Chief Burke.
So we have a lot of different ways of capturing data, and one of the things we do with our overdose data is that we work to make sure that it goes into a system that is able to track it for us, and it's a system called OD Tracker. So we compare that, we make sure that all of our incidents get entered into that system. This really is I really want it to be a high level. We're not going to really get into the details of each one of these things, but as you take a look at this and you look at all the overdoses in the city of Lake Oswego, and you look at every category, fatal, non-fatal, and total, you see an increase. And I think we can speculate on why we've seen that. We talk a little bit more about it. So next slide, please. This really highlights the work that our officers are doing, or where naloxone is being administered during overdose cases. And again, the numbers are not huge, but you see the big jumps when we're using naloxone that end up in a non-fatal. We're saving a lot of lives. And when we have the ability to respond and deal with folks who are in crisis, if we can get there quickly enough, we can have an impact on the outcome. These are just data on basically transported to hospital. It's broken out by gender. It's also broken out by age. So this kind of gives you an idea of where we're at as far as our percentage of cases with multiple substances. It just kind of gives you an overall look at kind of where we're at within the city. You can see when it comes to gender, there's not a big difference when you take a look at the years, and pretty big spread when you take a look at age.
That sticks out as a 6-year-old. Now, please tell me that wasn't like they didn't purposefully.
Accidental overdose.
Yeah, it's an accidental ingestion.
Yeah. Items left out, and fortunately the child gained access. Yes.
But I mean, you look at oldest age and youngest age, and it is such a spread.
Yeah.
That's insane.
14. Okay. This really gets into the different substances that we're finding in our overdoses. I think the one that kind of jumps out at me, and I'm looking for it now, is our fentanyl. So our fentanyl, we had one less this last year. But when you take a look at all the other prescription drugs and the oxy, and I mean, all these are increasing. And I don't think it's a real shock to us that that's what we're seeing right now. I'm going to talk a little bit about overdoses, and I'm going to talk about one. I, as a law enforcement professional, I'm extremely pleased and thankful that the legislature has taken a look at where we are currently, and they have made some really difficult decisions that are not always, they don't always sell the best across the board. And I know that those are difficult decisions for legislatures to make. And here we are. And I hope that the impact that we have is that we get to focus on treatment. I know when the ballot measure was passed, that was something that we really wanted to focus on, was a treatment first mentality, a treatment first option for us in law enforcement. And as we move down this recriminalization phase, I think we will continue, and I know we will, continue to focus on treatment first options. That was part of, I think, the information that we were able to provide to the legislature, and I think from a law enforcement perspective, we recognize the fact that our jails don't need to be full of people with issues centered around addiction. And so let's find ways to help people get the treatment that they need. So I just want to say thanks. I mean, for all of our political entities that were out there, I think that the legislature making that move says a lot for the state of Oregon. So talk a little bit about, before I say thanks for letting us come in here, some of the things that we're facing and some of the challenges that we see within our organization. We continue to talk about recruitment and retention. And I look at where we are with our recruitment. I think we do a really nice job of attracting people to the city of Lake Oswego. And I think the city of Lake Oswego in and of itself is very attractive for people to want to come work here. And then we look at retention and how do we keep people interested in policing in a community like Lake Oswego, especially we're a super young organization. And I think our officers at times maybe get enamored with the thought of going off and fighting crime in big city, and it's really kind of a difficult thing to overcome. And so I think for us, we have to look at options and ways that we can deal with and help encourage people to stay within the city of Lake Oswego. And we do that by providing alternatives and ways that they can get involved in some of these other activities and still be employed here in the city of Lake Oswego. So we're looking, without getting into, all the details about how we do that, whether it's participating in task forces that give people some experience outside the city of Lake Oswego, whether it's working with other law enforcement agencies on a loan basis, but it's expanding the horizons of the people that we have working for us and giving them opportunities and seeing that, in the next year, we have the potential of losing 4 people in our command, whether they're sergeants or lieutenants. There are people in our organization who are set to retire. It's their time. And we have people in the organization that we're preparing to get ready for those positions. And as we continue to look down the road, we have to plan for what that's going to look like. Mm-hmm. And so getting people involved in things outside of, I don't want to say just the city of Lake Oswego, but really giving people an expanded horizon, I think will be something that we'll do that will keep people wanting to work within the city. And I don't think it goes unnoticed when we talk to our folks, the support that the council gives us. I mean, I will tell you that I've worked in a lot of places, and the support that we get from all of you and the support that we get from our community, I've not seen in any other community that I've been in. And so I say thank you. Thanks for letting us be here. Thanks for letting us present to you and talk to you about what it is that we do and how we do it. And I could not be more proud of the people doing the job. Thanks.
Great. Okay, so speaking of recruiting.
A little propaganda here.
A little bit, right? So Dave Arpin helped us out and did a great job of putting together what we call kind of our little sizzle reel to kind of encourage people to get in here. And this is just kind of a precursor to something that we want to do that's obviously going to be a little bit longer as well.
More followers in the city council.
Yes, because we have a canine.
Yes.
Big thanks to Dave for helping us put that together. So we're appreciative of his efforts. And so hopefully we'll have a little bit more to come as we keep putting some stuff out on our website. So with that, I guess if you have any questions.
Yes, there are some questions, Councilor Boob.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank you for the good work you're doing. I know it for a fact. I've been on a ride along, but also I had police response to my home because they were, and I saw the gentleman like.
There were what?
the alarm went off.
Oh, wow.
You know, it was a door that was open accidentally, I think. And I saw it like, I say, man, look at this guy alone with his like flashlight, went to the car and came back and look everywhere. I mean, you know, when you see that and you are sleeping as my wife didn't even wake up. I was the only. So I realized how your job is, and also I see what you're doing in the community. It's wonderful, and I'm glad we are not the police that cited in the state by doing. We are a professional police, and the other thing I see is which I don't know what the council can do on like overdose. This thing is getting very scary, and you know, fentanyl is making a ravage. I don't know what we should do in our schools just to tell people that this is not your father experimenting for drug before you could, but now this thing you can do it first time you die. And we see that all the folks who died, you didn't come in time. Like they didn't have the Narcan for, you know, applied to them when you look at the data, which means also that what you're doing, you are saving lives. On the 32 overdoses, we have only 4. 4 is a lot, but all things considered, it could have been worse. And for that reason, I think you folks are doing a wonderful work, but it breaks my heart to see that our people are dying on this. It's not like breaking where or shooting, but it's another epidemics that's coming. And 32, it's a lot for a 40,000 community. It's a lot of folks. Thank you for your work. Yeah, you have our support, and I'm scared, like when you say one person resigned and one left. So do you need more people on the thing? Because we have those.
We're hiring right now, and we're sending hopefully 5 to backgrounds here pretty quick. So,
okay,
so
good.
We're working on it.
Okay, yeah.
Is there, Councilor Boob's question about the, school resource officers, are they doing, and Chief's point about, I mean, how the importance of recovery, it's critical, but before recovery is, prevention. Are the SROs doing any kind of, does the district want to engage on that type of prevention work with the city, or has that been a topic?
As far as dealing with the preventative work on the front end, the programs that we used to be involved in, whether they be DARE or other like programs, our SROs are involved in a lot of different conversations in the schools and able to highlight the issues. And these things are brought up within the school district and shared. But as far as going out and actually actively doing prevention work, I want to say they have a lot of things that they're focused on, and would love to be able to spend more time on the prevention side.
They do give presentations, Mr. Mayor, and talk about different drug use where they can.
Yeah, okay. I think the state is, through their reform efforts, have recognized prevention as there could be future opportunities, and I know the SROs have a broad, they're not necessarily the experts in the, but they are a city interface with I think there's room for more community partnerships around prevention with, in the schools specifically. So, yeah, Councilor Raff.
Regarding the SROs, so I have 2 kids in the school district, and one in middle school and hangs out a lot at the high school, to my chagrin. But and football games, things like that. And so what I can tell you is the relationship between what I see with the group of friends my kids hang out with in the SROs is that they're doing a great job in establishing a great relationship at a very young age, so that when these students see the officers around town, and not just their SRO, but any officer in uniform, they're immediately not like scared or weirded out. They're like, oh yeah, that's the police officer. So the relationship building they do with the schools is like, makes a huge impact, at least from what I see directly with my kids and their friends. Okay, with that aside, I love the idea of helping your officers get the kind of experience that they kind of get into police work for. They want to mix it up. Like the simplest I could say it, and I get that. And so, like Oswego, probably you're not going to get all the bells and whistles you want that an officer would kind of get into the business for. And so I think, loaning them out to other cities or task forces, those are great options for them. But what it also does is it creates more experience for the officers we have here, right? So they just bring that new learnings and bring it here, and just makes our police force better, our community better. So all those efforts you're doing in recruiting, retention, it just pays dividends for us as well. So I encourage all those creative ideas that you have to keep doing it. I think that, I'm a broken record. I always am advocating for investing in the police department like Oswego. So, as Councilor Maboob said, anything you guys need, you guys know to always ask. But what I also appreciate is you only ask when it's absolutely necessary. And so it's a great way to be. The last piece I have to add and talk about is Amber, the behavioral health specialist. I have to ask, is the time right for us to not share her and keep her here for us? I mean, she seems to be doing an amazing job. I almost wonder do we need two? Is she under-resourced? And so do we need more resources to support her so, she's not getting, getting killed with hours and do we need to help her out in any way? And so that was my last thing I wanted.
The Clackamas County ask.
Yeah, so.
How can we support her?
We actually applied for, I think through the city, applied for a grant through Clackamas County that we're waiting to see what that will look like for us. But one of the things that we asked for in that ask was basically a caseworker who would help take care of some of the follow-up activities that Amber's involved in, being able to be a little more proactive with especially some of the folks that we continue to see time and time again. That would help with that resource dramatically. So we want to be judicious. I think I recognize what you're saying. We don't ask unless we absolutely need, and I think that's a great position for us to be in, because it's not like an endless pot of money. So we understand how that plays out throughout the entire city. I want to see how this grant application process goes, because I think that will have a significant impact on the work. But
What's
I think
the timeline on
that? That's really a good question. I thought we'd know already.
Because honestly, Chief, if it's not anything like hard to do or put you out or put the team out at all, I would love to see how much it would cost to add that head count and how much it would cost us to have Amber full-time with Lake Oswego. If anything, it's good information for us to have.
We can talk about it as part of the budget process next year. I would really urge not any footprint growing right now. I think, as I told you during the last budget process, particularly with the LORAC coming on board, we don't know how deep the subsidy is going to be required to operate that new facility. So what I don't want you to do, expand program like this, that's important, but then find you have a big hole in another existing program.
I would still like to know what that cost is, just for my own.
But let's do that a year from now. By then, we'll know whether the county is going to give us some grant or not.
You want to talk about the computer, the database program as well? I saw, the coordination between the cities, but interfacing that with the counties. Software.
So the software that we were able to start is called Dr. Cloud, and it allows us to share information between the different behavioral health units. Most of all of the behavioral health units are headed up by a clinician, and so whether they are required to fall under HIPAA or not, that's a debate that continues to go on. But they definitely recognize those issues, and this database will allow them to share amongst themselves and provided really critical information for us when we're dealing with people who are in crisis.
But it's just between Oregon City, Milwaukee, Westland, and Canby, but not the county system.
No.
And
we're having conversations with the county. I'm sorry if I got ahead of you. We're having conversations with the county to find ways to at least have those databases talk to each other.
Because they have a different database.
Same system.
Oh.
It's just exclusive for the county.
We heard the county convened a discussion around addiction and behavioral health, and one of the things we heard from the clinicians who were there was that Oregon's system, when it comes to this database, is just awful. That no one's talking to anyone. There's no record, so it's interesting that, we'd be facing any headwinds because of their convened discussion, it was raised as like the top issue, so.
We're working
anyway,
on
I'm
it.
glad you're working on it. It's great. Okay, Counselor Afghan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a comment, couple of questions, and couple of asks. If I recall correctly, Amber also provides training for the officers. Correct? I would prefer training for officers over and over again, instead of having a full-time person and not much of a training, if that makes sense. So I love the fact that we're training our officers to understand mental health, how to deal with it, and when to call for that resource to show up, as opposed to everything is a crime and I'm going to make an arrest. So you guys are doing a great job, and I love that about our police department. Question, what does display mean? So when we say handgun displayed versus handgun used?
Sure.
Or even pointed. There's
Yeah.
a difference.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So-
You take this one.
I'll take this one, I guess.
So I think when I saw both of you
depending on the
here, you were
circumstance that our
displaying.
officers show up on, right, and depending on what we, unknown threat type of situation, an officer may decide, okay, let's say there's been a report of a presence of a weapon in place, right? So we might take our handgun out and hold it in what we call a stool position, or somewhere where it's not pointed at anyone, but it's ready to be deployed if the situation rises to that level. And it's not pointed in, but it's just displayed. And if the subject that we're encountering, we believe can perceive it, we document that as a display, right? Pointed at is exactly what it sounds like. It
Okay,
is typically,
thank you.
with commands and everything.
Okay. I have a couple of asks, and if I read the information correctly, our number of incidents are going up.
Correct.
And I have to believe that if it continues going up, a position, a team, a individual is going to get overwhelmed. And instead of waiting for that to happen, I like us to be proactive and raise our hand and say, if next year this happens, that means this team or the call center or police officers are going to get overwhelmed. So we're not in a reactive mode, and we're in a proactive mode. I think I talked about this during the budget cycle, and I'm going to bring it up again because although I see the number of serious incidents are going down, the number of incidents are going up. So again, my logical mind says something is going to get overwhelmed. So my ask is that you think about what is that, and raise your hand when you identify that as a risk. The second ask, these are asked because these are serious questions that I think you need to think about it before you answer. Chief, when you were hired, you and I were having a conversation at one of the park's events, and I was bragging about our LO Police Department, and you said, there is always room for improvement. So I like you to think about, because the report is a great report. Kudos to you guys. I want to know what is that improvement that you had in mind in the back of your head with the information that you have now. What would that improvement to be? And again, that's an ask. It's not a question, because I don't want you to jump to an answer. I want it to be thoughtful, so when it comes out, we can grab it and move it forward. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Afghan. Counselor Woodland.
Quickly.
Yes, please.
Do you think with the revised 110 measures that they've taken, do you think our stats are going to go up? Or do you think we're kind of like at a point where we're already reacting?
Well, we made a shift, I think it was last year. When you looked around the state, you saw that there weren't a lot of citations issued for the possession cases, because I think a lot of law enforcement agencies felt as though it wasn't that important to the state. And yet, I think we took a look at it, and we didn't want to be part of the reason why the system was failing. We really wanted to participate and refer people for treatment as best that we could. And so we made a change in how we were dealing with those things, and we directed our folks that if you came into contact with people who had user amounts, 2 grams or less for the most part, that if they were in possession, that I was telling them that they needed to cite for that. Because we wanted to make sure that we were capturing that information, that we were providing that service to our community where treatment was being offered. We didn't want to be part of the problem. So I don't know what that number is going to do. I think now that it's a crime and it's an unclassified misdemeanor, which essentially makes it an A misdemeanor because it's not otherwise specified, that gives us the ability, it has an increased governmental interest. We can be a little bit more robust in how we enforce those things. We can be engaged and involved in certain circumstances we might otherwise walk away from. So I think those are all things that will allow us to potentially have a greater impact. And what I hope, I'm really focused on how is that going to translate to saving lives?
We have a goal that's 20 is plenty, or whatever, the 20 mile an hour in the residential area. I'm hoping, will they be part of the conversation?
They have to be.
Okay.
Right, because what's going to happen when we start putting those 20-mile-an-hour signs up is the community's expectation about the number of citations they're going to issue is going to change. So they have to be, and I think that part of that, we're going to have to do some pretty extensive education about what decisions do they make when they decide to pull somebody over. So,
right.
I mean, I would venture to guess they're not going to pull people over for going 22, but I think people in our community will expect that they will. And so I think that is something we're going to have to do. Yeah, I know. Actually, when I'm out walking, I would hope that they'd stop people from going 22. But do you see what I'm saying? Is I think they need to be part of a realistic conversation about what it's going to mean to behavior on our local streets.
So I'm just, to Councilor Afghan's, I'm not asking for an answer tonight, but thoughtfully, I really want your opinion on how well we can put the expectations with the community, with the reality of enforcement, and how it's going to change things. So if it's implemented. So I hope that's part of it. Last question, retention. Are we just so boring here that, I mean, because I've met a lot of the new officers or seen them in action or whatever, and they're fabulous. Are we going to lose them?
I hope not. No, I think, and that's part of the conversation, is what opportunities do we start to create that keep people interested when they think they have that desire to go do crime work, law enforcement, policing. And what people don't recognize, because if they haven't been someplace else, they don't understand how great it is here. And so giving them that little taste of what that looks like in other communities, I think just broadens the perspective and allows them to have a greater appreciation of where they're at.
Good. Great. Send them down to Oakland for a week, and I think they'll find out that maybe policing is a little different up here. Right? It's just some of the circumstances around the country are just horrible for police relations, and I'm hoping that we can keep and retain people, but I also understand their desire for maybe the counselors can each be assigned a day out of the week to do some sort of activity for them to boost up. Yeah, part of the training program.
Thank you, Councilor Wendland. Yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate you all and your department's responsiveness to community issues. I know we hear good things from the neighborhoods, your involvement going to neighborhood association meetings, just community meetings in general, business community meetings has been extremely helpful. And that level of getting to know the community and knowing what those issues are in the neighborhoods is great. So, and in the schools, of course, as well. Thank you for the great presentation and for being here so late.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you.
We're taking
Thursday,
ride-alongs too. Who wants to
Friday,
go?
Saturday. Make sure you do swing shift.
It really depends. It depends on
Yeah.
if the weather changes, it depends on the time of year, it depends on what events are going on.
Yeah, it could have
can
been
be-
today, would have been a good
If
day.
you go from rain to sunny, you get busy. If you go from sunny to rain, you get busy. It's
Different
very
kind of busy,
interesting.
though.
Yeah, so.
Appreciate it. We obviously hear a lot of traffic, and I just want to say Sergeant Hall is so responsive, when neighbors reach out, I mean, he's right on if we send it to him about, X, Y, Z in a particular neighborhood, and we do appreciate the efforts they've been making to do those neighborhood patrols, because it's more difficult, to patrol in the smaller streets in the neighborhoods, but they're very responsive to doing that, as well as patrolling, the main streets where we see more crashes and where there's a higher risk. But for livability, it's just great to keep an eye on those local streets where, most people walk and feel like that car going, 5-10 miles over the speed limit might as well be going 60 miles an hour over the speed limit. That's what it feels like when you're on foot. And helping to calm traffic in the neighborhoods, we know is a big thing for folks. And we're glad that that's literally all we hear about. Because it could be a lot worse. If we're going to hear about something, I'd rather hear about traffic than, more nefarious, crazy things. Although we did take our trip to DC, and someone back there we were visiting and said, well, we wanted to look up and see what Lake Oswego was all about. And the top story was about some human trafficking. And I was like, oh, great. But at least it wasn't about the other thing.
But we caught him.
Yeah, but we
Probably the
caught
second story.
him.
Yeah.
We caught him.
No, one of the ones was. One of the ones was. So can I just say one little thing, which is thanks to the chief and to Clayton, you remember one of the big findings out of the 2021 community dialogue on policing is the desire for more accountability to the council and more transparency in the data, and these guys have really delivered. So I appreciate you closing the loop with the community. It's really super awesome.
Thank you. This information is helpful for us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right, does anyone have any information they'd like to share at the 11th hour? Almost literally the 11th hour. Yeah, just a quick update. We are, so we did talk to County Chair Smith, met with the mayors last week and says this week they are going to unveil the funding. So I haven't seen any, they're not as good about, posting reports and things like that for public consumption. So we'll just have to wait and see. But I think it's at their meeting this week. They said they're going to unveil the results of this whole thing. So very exciting.
For what?
This is the funding. We submitted a plan for some funding for supportive housing services dollars, and some of it was for food pantry work in LO, some of it was through the PD.
So the county made $5 million available to city governments to do things to help support people from either becoming homeless or to help cities address the problems related to behavioral health or homelessness in their community. And we submitted, I think, $3 million worth of asks. So I think
they got a lot, but they realized they got way more asks than they had allocated, but they said they think everyone's going to be happy. They found ways to, so that's positive. We're also talking about at the regional table, it's all around transportation, gearing up for the 2025 legislative session. That's both the JPAC and at C4, just engaged in that broad process. At JPAC, we're really working to make sure that ODOT understands our needs here at the local level. They like to come in, I mean, they are facing their funding cliff, but they do come and whine about, their ODOT needs, which is really about moving freight. And they seem to have no knowledge, or it doesn't seem like they have much care about the needs at the local level, like what they're facing is somewhat unique to them. It's the exact same thing we have here, a long list of unfunded projects and no way to pay for them. It's like, and we're dependent on the strategy they adopt. So helping them understand that we have to work together, think comprehensively. It's not just ODOT needs, because what they decide, And anyway, that's all I have, I guess, because it's late. Anyone else? Nothing? Oh, okay.
No, all's good.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Great meeting. It was long. Good job. We're adjourned. Oh, I had a special message.